Hello guys, welcome. Today we are going to finally have the highly anticipated Yesports University League X League of Legends Wild Rift Southeast Asia region. My name is Zadam and I'm going to be your caster for today along with my very good friend Dash. And today, Dash, we're down to the last four squads. It's the semifinals, or rather it's the battle for third and the battle for finals, and I'm super excited to be here.
Let me tell you about both of our teams. We have four teams that we have for today. We have the third place match for CALxMNL and also Lucky Team, and we have the grand finals for QWQ versus 8APX. They are going to be the ones fighting against each other. For the first one, third place match, we'll be having it today at 4 p.m. and we do have the next one as gonna be on 8 p.m. and again, this is gonna be all on Hong Kong time. So again, let me tell you about the Yesports University League. Will be one of the biggest tournament series in the history, with students all over the world competing their way for the ultimate glory. Over 300 universities and colleges in more than 4 geographical sectors will be taking part in such celebratory events. Some of the most popular games will be chosen, and one of them is right here, right now, League of Legends Wild Rift. The finalists from each sector will be invited to compete in the finals, fighting against the top tier players and athletes around the world stage. There were a large number of students from various schools participating in this tournament, and the region with the most participating schools is from the Philippines and from Hong Kong, Macau region. Students from around the globe, come and support your school team.
Of course, gotta love that representation. And speaking of which, there will be a lot of winners coming out of this tournament. Not just the tournament winners, but everyone's gonna have a piece of the pie. The winners will be getting a prize pool worth up to 15,000 Hong Kong dollars. It's a combination consisting of scholarships, cash prizes, and corporate spokesman contracts. We have it on the screen right now. Of course, this event wouldn't be possible, or this prize pool wouldn't be possible without our amazing sponsors. The first one, Safari Asia, a company engaged in the asset management business, providing custodian brokerage services as well as security advisory services. Is a boutique financial group which offers bespoke investment and financial solutions for family offices, hedge funds, major controlling shareholders, high net worth individuals / professional investors, and what have you, who require mini prime brokerage / portfolio management services globally. And also Nineswing.
Yeah, Nineswing is committed to catering the needs of all gaming enthusiasts. A custom design that weighs perfectly between fashion and vitality, coupled with the comfortable fit of a Japanese cut. Nineswing allows you to flick a dash of high fashion sense on the Gulf Green course. And Tatum, tell us about Nanoleaf Hong Kong.
Yeah, side note, Dash, I love how you say Nineswing, but Nanoleaf Hong Kong, a technology company which brings the most innovative smart home solutions. Their product infuses design and technological intelligence that allows complete personalization. That's right. The Nanoleaf team is composed of passionate and out-of-the-box problem solvers that strive to transform and reshape the way we experience life and the world itself. Now, going back to our earlier topic, Dash, there is a lot at stake for our teams today. Let's take a look at the prize pool that we have for all of our teams. At the first place, there you have it on the screen. It's 8,000 Hong Kong dollars and Nineswing sports kit times 5, so that each of these players can get a Nineswing sports kit. And take a look at those shirts. They look absolutely beautiful. Got also Nanoleaf Mini Triangles Smarter Kit 5-pack again for the champion. And for the first runner-up, we have, of course, 5,000 Hong Kong dollars, another 5-pack of that sports kit, and a Nanoleaf Essentials light strip 2 meters. And this is absolutely going to make your room look amazing, albeit a little bit flashy.
I like myself some light strip.
RGB.
Yeah,
who doesn't?
definitely.
And then for a second runner-up, we have a 2,000 Hong Kong dollar prize pool, of course, with a Nineswing sports kit as well. So guys, a lot is at stake here, and if you want more esports news and updates or to join our tournaments, then remember to follow and subscribe to our channel. Share this live so that more people know about the platform.
Yeah, let's get into our game for today. We are going for a best of 5 between 3x2 CALxMNL versus Lucky Team. They're gonna be the ones fighting for this first game of the day. We still have our second game later on. This is just the third place match. It's a best of 5. And let's take a look at our players for today. These are gonna be the ones fighting together against each other.
Yeah, let's take a quick roll call of our teams. 3x2 CALxMNL. It's gonna be Jay, Anos, Ace, Reverse, and Angeburn, if I'm not butchering that name. Then
Yeah.
you got Lucky Team 24 hailing all the way from our home country, the Philippines. That's Ale Major, Nico, Hund Jaeger, Yip, and Miposh, and you got Raze as their substitute player. So yeah, we can hear in the background that both squads are already starting up with the hero, or rather the champion select screen. If we go, let's start the game. Let's head right into it here.
Yeah, really excited to see what they're going to be picking. Because right now, the meta has always been pretty dynamic in League of Legends Wild Rift. We have seen a lot of them actually fighting each other. On the recent tournaments that we had, they had a lot of meta changes just because of two specific champions that have been really strong right now. Yone and Gwen, they're probably almost always going to be the first bans in this game.
Yeah, a lot of priority being used, or rather being put for those specific champions. But also, there's also been a lot of priority to other roles, right? For example, in the top lane, Jace has always been a staple, and in the middle side, you got Kassadin. And I'm a little bit surprised that Kassadin has been powerful for this long, because when a Kassadin is meta, he's super OP. He's just so strong.
Honestly, yeah. What's great about Kassadin, especially if you get to level 12, Kassadin is just too strong. He's just too strong whenever that happens. And most of the time, it happens, though. But it's really hard to traverse the level 1 to 12 because Kassadin does have a really hard time getting at that point, because most of the time, whenever it's at that point, the game's already done. So here, we're seeing two bans, Gragas and the Yone. These teams, especially SEA teams, have been loving Gragas, especially on the support role, and also because you can put him almost anywhere.
Yeah, that's true. One of the things that I do like about the Kassadin, though, is you can draft so many things around that Kassadin, right? You can draft a pick comp, maybe even team fighting composition, and the Kassadin will fit it like a glove, as long as you have the tools to extend it towards that late game where Kassadin is certainly going to shine, right? But here comes the bans coming in, and a Garen ban coming through on top of a Senna. So that's of course going to limit a lot of these options, but still, again, a lot of options available for the Baron laner. Shen, Fiora, all Camille, Renekton is up as well. Karma getting priority here is not a surprise to me, though.
Yeah, if ever there's gonna be a second pick, Renekton and a Jace would almost always be the second ones, unless they do have another plan in mind. Jace is great, but they could have the Gwen. Unless the second ban is Gwen, that would be good, but I really love the Nautilus as well. At least this stabilizes the lane in the bot lane. And Corki, yes, this Corki has been buffed recently, and I was expecting this to be here.
Yeah, Corki very, very powerful, very versatile on the bottom side as well, and provides so much of mixed damage, right? I mean, it's very hard to counter a fed Corki because you have to build so many items, right? Which actually makes, I guess, Corki sort of a safe pick, but also you have to execute it perfectly. And having a Zed on their side, sort of apart from giving, or rather giving that extra blind pick flare on the mid side, gives an extra bit of security for that Corki to shut down if there is a preemptive or responsive assassin pick here, such as the Akali.
Yeah, and again, with the Akali against the Zed, this is usually the answer that people have been going for every time. But I really don't like the matchup every time, because the Akali would have a hard time in the early game. Zed would just be dominating the lane unless they are going to be putting the Akali on the top side and Jace against the Zed. That would at least be better. Lee Sin has always been one of the biggest bans on the game, especially if the player is really good at jungling.
Exactly. And speaking of, and I think there's, well, a fair amount of damage on both sides already. It's just 3 out of the 5 picks, and I'm looking at it. Zed on top of the Corki, that's a lot of damage already, and then Jace on top of the Akali, a lot of sustainability on, well, independent sustainability for that matter. So I feel like lucky team, they can go for a sort of late game oriented ADC here on the bottom side, and or they could go something else entirely. I mean, there's a lot of options available. The Ezreal is up. You can also pick Ziggs, Vayne, and Kai'Sa are both still up. Lucian is available as well if they want to go that early game route. So again, I'm really liking how they're playing their composition. They're banning away solid junglers, because that's one of the things that both of these squads don't have. Gwen finally off the table.
I like the less priority on the Gwen now. Most of the time, Gwen is just a second pick for the for the second rotation most of the time just because of the recent nerfs. They have been trying to nerf Gwen pretty hard, but she's still bannable. Really bannable. But I like this composition already and the denial of Ashe, because Ashe is really good and a composition has already damage. Ashe plus the Nasus, that's enough utility for all of your team whenever you have those two on your side.
Yeah. I'm a little bit lacking though on the CC
Ooh,
side here
Olaf.
for the squad of CALxMNL.
Yeah.
They do have the Olaf, which does counter a lot of that CC on the other side, but I'm a little bit worried about their team fighting prospect here, Dash. I mean, on the damage department, yes, they've got that covered. On the utility department, they've got that covered. And it seems like they're going to be going for a Shen instead. And what this accomplishes is they can go for more skirmishes, but maybe not as much team fights.
Okay, I like that their on the first objective, they would be very strong. They do have the Olaf, they have the Shen, which makes it easier for them to get the objectives as fast as they could, because on the 5-minute mark, these champions are really strong. Except for the Corki, but at least the Corki has a package. So this is a good early game composition that they do have, but the later the game goes, I'm kind of afraid on the other side. Even though that Lucky team does have the damage onto the late game, it really is very conditional. And that's why I'm kind of favoring the side of CALxMNL at this point.
Yeah, it's very, very dependent on how they're going to play these team fights specifically, and of course, it's going to revolve around the Zed and Corki. Should we get to that late game point, right? And even if you say, or rather, even if you consider that Corki and the Zed play it to perfection, there's so many threats to both of them. I mean, just taking a look at the Kha'Zix into an Akali combo, there's so much diving potential just specifically for that ADC, which basically leaves Zed the only one to deal damage in the late game team fight, which theoretically is not sounding good already for team CALxMNL here. But of course, we'll have to wait and see how both our squads execute. This is the battle for third, and well, both of our squads worked very, very hard to get to this point. I'm excited to see how we are going to traverse this best of 5 and who's going to have better execution in this game in the first game. But let's lay out some predictions here, Dash. Just based off the composition, who do you think has more of a probability of taking this game home?
Yeah, most of the time, all I can say is that every time that I see a Kha'Zix, I'm always favoring the other team whenever a Kha'Zix is giving. Because on a competitive scene, Kha'Zix doesn't really have that much of a value unless the team makes a lot of mistakes. So I'm really favoring CALxMNL on this side. How about you?
I gotta say, I have to disagree with you, because
Really?
just taking a look at well, I feel like it's in these types of scenarios, it's a lot less risky for squads that have more insurances, right? And in that regard, I feel like towards that later game, there's so much security for the one hand here for the damaging Sky. I mean, the damage department, because compared to just a Corki, just a said, I feel like that's just not going to be enough for that late game. And I feel like it's so much easier to get to that point. I mean, giving all of the tools that they have.
Yeah, and in Wild Rift especially though, is most of the time all of the fights would just be going on that point in where everybody has items, the first item already before the objective. So it really relies on how this Kha'Zix Nyko would be playing this first parts of the game. Because if it won't be playing this as aggressively as it can before the objective, all of it's just too strong. And with what we're seeing right now, Dayton, everybody's just starting right here, and with a way that everything's starting, they are just slowing it down. Just try to farm it out, just try to make Yipo just have an easier time here with the luck. But right now, we can be seeing that with 3x2, CM is just, they are just wanting to wait for the right time before they go for any fights, before they start anything else. But right now, we have been seeing LKT with Nyko. Nyko is going to be the priority here that we need to look at mid lane. They're going for a fight. They already have the Shuriken right here, but it's just gonna be the Twilight Shroud, which makes it hard for them to start anything else. So here, we are gonna be going for LKT, waiting for them to make use of this early game advantage. And Jace, the Jace and also the Kha'Zix would be the ones that they need to look out for here. In the top side, Naiko is going to be jumped in by Jay, but there's the taunt, going to be able to get first blood, and G by 2 CM. Naiko is running away, he's still on the range of the tower, but because of the level, he would be surviving. But look at Ice is going to be reacting to this fight, and that's going to be Ignite 2 to kill. 2 kills for their side, but they're still not done. On the bot side, they get in with a 2-14.
Yeah, really explosive start for both of our squads here. 2 for 2 on the board already. They're still looking for the invade here. 3 by 2 CM. Well, able to even things out. Actually, looking for a little bit more aggression towards this bottom side. Of course, because of the locks, there's a lot more poke being available to LKT here. So yeah, all things considered, both squads just going for a stalemate right now. We're probably waiting for the next big objective here, Dash. But taking a look at the wave clear speed, Naiko has just gotten complete control, or rather almost all of his camp, so he can set himself up for a probable early game, or rather early game presence on the bottom side.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of this presence from both of our sides, but I like the fact that Naiko was able to get 1 kill at least. It's going to be very important. And with the Olaf losing on this early game battle against the Kha'Zix, oh, they're going for a fight.
He goes, but there's just not enough damage going on to take down that Jace. And actually just 1-0 for the moment. Anos a little bit too far forward. They're trying to establish that control towards the top side. Didn't work out.
Yeah, too aggressive. I wasn't expecting them to actually go for it. But because they lost that fight, they just are not having the best of days. But hey, this is going to be LKT just dictating the pace of the game. And Naiko just winning this jungler battle.
Exactly. And apart from the fact that Naiko did not die in that encounter and Anos one did, it's propelled himself so far ahead because of how much faster this Kha'Zix seemingly clears up these waves compared to the Olaf. I mean, just because of that single engagement, I mean, sure, Naiko has 2 kills in the bag. He's already around, what, almost 1,000 gold ahead, and that is the last thing you want to give to a Kha'Zix.
Kha'Zix getting the early game, getting the first item before everyone else. GX2CM needs to be careful because the Kha'Zix could just snowball this in their favor. And looking at what Naiko evolved to, that's just gonna make it easier for them to take down any objectives really fast.
Yeah, exactly. Recharge starts spawning up in just 30 seconds. Same goes for the first Drake, which is going to be a mountain here. And LKT already established themselves around a 600 gold lead. Sure, not really amounting to a big translation for the moment, but here we go. They're looking for a fight here at the Dragon Pit, but I feel like both of them not really taking their chances at that. And yeah, this is kind of what I expected in a 1v1 between the Jace and a Shen, right? Shen is, especially at this point, beyond the level 5 mark, not gonna have a good time at all.
Yeah, Shen, that the ultimate is basically just a bot that does a taunt bot. Yeah, so he would be needing to stand united, but the priority of the Rift Herald is still ongoing to the side right here of GX2CM. They're taking the Mountain Drake, which is pretty nice. They would need the extra tankiness though, but I really do favor the first Rift Herald more than anything else.
Yeah. Apart from the map control that it gives you a little bit of a boost in gold if you're able to use it immediately, and it's just very easy to do that as long as you get a little bit of map control.
Oh no.
And
look
actually
at this rotation data.
Yeah.
I really do not favor this rotation, and that's why they lost at the top side. Because most of the time after the first objective, every dual lane goes to the mid lane.
Yes.
But because they didn't, they got punished by the Chase because the Chase is way stronger than them.
Yeah, exactly. And also, it's sort of put themselves all over the place, right? I mean, we could see the Lux roaming all the way to the top side, only to go back towards that mid side. That's already gold and experience that's taken away for you for free. I mean, sure, Lux still has a little bit more gold than the Karma, but, well, all things considered, LKT still have a pretty commanding control of this map. Look at the top side priority here. 4 members looming about in the area, and it seems like they're going in for that steal. Naiko able to jump
Wow.
across the wall, and just like that, look at the amount of chokage, if that even is a word, they have towards this Baron lane.
Yeah, the irony of getting the Rift Herald and also losing the first turret against LKT, that's just
I know.
really bad by 3x2CM. They lost the Mountain Drake, but they weren't able to capitalize on the Rift Herald that they got. The next best thing that they could do here is just try to take the mid lane turret. But it's really hard to do whenever you have a Lux as an enemy, because the Lux has a really, really high wave clear.
Yeah, and exactly because of the first turret falling down on that Baron lane, that's an ever big ballooning presence of a Naiko. You can't make sure when Naiko is on the top side of the map invading, because you don't have that map control established, neither do you have the vision. So that actually limits just the amount of space that Jay can create on this top side. So they really have to bank more towards playing conservatively, which is not a good thing here, especially because LKT, they got the Mountain Drake. So when it comes to the long run in the team fights, they're gonna have the advantage.
The only good thing about that is that at least it's a Shen. Because if it's a different champion,
true.
it would be
We're-
very hard. But because
we're
it's a
not
Shen, it's a dead lane anyway. So might as well just let the Shen farm at the top lane. Just try to get the Stand United up and be the distraction that he needs to be.
Yeah. I mean, of course, it's a nice quality of life if your Shen is popping off, right? But it's kind of expected, especially against a Jace. And this early on, Jace, take a look at the items, already working
Almost
up so close
second,
towards his
yeah.
second item. And here comes a jump in from Naiko.
Whoa.
Ice has
That's
got
so
not
much
much
damage.
to go back for. Denmark
Oh!
used to stay alive, gets airborne, and Jake for it to stand united. Ace survives for now.
Okay, he survives, but look at that. They're using their ultimates. They're gonna go in.
They're going in again. Here comes Jay. Doesn't get the taunt as of yet. Anos around the area again. And actually a very risky call there. If LKT just turned around and potentially looked for a dive there, it could have bite them back in the back later on. But, you know, not too bad.
Yeah, they're just giving the dead lane to Jay every time. I'm really not sure why they're sacrificing so much space just because of Jay. This is good. At least they know what to do
Yeah, restart.
to move around the Shen whenever it is needed. Because Ice needs to get some kills. Because if Ice doesn't get a lot of kills, it's just really hard to take down a lot of these members. Yes, he has a lot of targets. That's 4 targets on his side. But everybody's getting tanky as long as the game goes, and he is not getting a lot more damage and going in.
Ice going in. Shadow walk into up front and personal, but Jace is just so tanky
Oh,
at this point.
Deathmark?
Deathmark finally used. They B1, and they do get the kill against a major, and that's the per right there.
Yep.
Yes, I said per.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
that's finally ace on the board.
Right timing though. They have the Rift Herald on the rise.
Yep.
So it's a 4v5. No Jace. Jace is very fed. So that's a lot of damage down on the side of 3x2CM. So with this, they can start it up. Remember, 0-2 on the Olaf, but he needs to get in.
Yeah. But the thing here is that it's a good thing that Ace is getting those kills, right? Because we're talking about just the damage output of the Zed, and the Corki
Oh,
should be enough.
Rift Herald
Here
in the
comes
bot lane.
Addis One going back in. Rift
Oh!
Herald has been slain here by
Package.
LKT. Now the full-on fight is breaking through. Zen reverse from up front and personal. Doesn't care if he's a Corki. He's going to kill
Oh,
deal
no.
the damage in. But
Jay.
look at the taunt coming in. Shay, 1 HP. And now here comes the big guns. The Akali. The perfect execution gets a double. And that's a 3-for-0 trade. Despite losing the
The
Rift Herald,
flash!
there's just more kills across the board.
Naiko!
Deathmark finally try and get the kill. Naiko tripping
No.
down, but stays alive. And LKT walk away with everything.
Oh, they got all the wins. 4 people are down. If they backed away, if they didn't commit to the top side, they just needed to wait for the bot lane to explode because they have their referrals in the bot lane. But because they lost a lot of members, that 2k gold gap became a 6k gold gap.
Yeah, exactly. LKT, of course, with a perfect response as well. I mean, you could see the proactivity there. Anos 1 was
They got the Infernal
proving
Drake
it to be
too.
pressuring early on, and then they just don't have enough of the setup. And as I was mentioning earlier, the damage, that's mostly because Naiko is just so far ahead. I mean, taking a look at the gold deficits between Anos and Naiko, it's just night and day. Almost a 1,500 gold advantage for the Kazakhs.
They added Zen reverse insurance here. So they just need to wait for the late game.
Yes.
But the longer the game goes, the more there are more champions that are not gonna
threat.
be strong in the late game in 3x2CM, because remember, it's a Shen, an Olaf. They won't really have anything else in the late game except for them to tank for Zen Reverse, but LKT does have the damage.
Double knockup comes in. Death mark used up already, and here you go again. Ice trying to survive. That's a stand united just to keep that Zed alive, leaving Anos one all alone. Shuriken connects into a one-man taunt. Unstoppable Ragnarok just gets the spark, gets the skill onto the Zed, and they do save just the one member, but they're walking away, licking their wounds.
LKT really like to play Zen Reverse, fighting against Naiko.
Yeah. Naiko not really wanting to play with fire, but yeah, you said, Dash, they can wait for the late game, but I'm still not worried about that. I'm still not sure about that prospect, because the longer the game goes on, more and more threats are going to come up against Reverse. I mean, at a certain point, Han Jaeger is just not gonna care anymore what's in front of him. He's just gonna go in and shut down Zen Reverse. And here we go, Zen Reverse dashing in. Jay is there, not taunt, not connecting, but 1 HP left on that golden boy. Not gonna be getting the connect though, and here comes the fall-on fight. LKT, they're one man down, so this could be the chance for 3x2. But here comes into the back line, that cockroach, Naiko, and here comes the perfect execution into the triple kill. Han Jaeger proving, dealing the damage down. Root connects, and that's a saved play right there. Jump again into the back line, but Reverse is the last man standing. 3x2, starting to fall apart.
I was about to say, it's looking scary for Zen Reverse, and they got the ace pretty easily there. LKT can push this onto inhibited turret. They do have the Rift Herald on their side, and they're looking to take the Baron after this. That fight, it looked like GX2CM are the ones dictating it, but they're just getting baited. When Han Jaeger was there, it was enough to take down 3 people by themselves. Zen Reverse does have the items now, but it's not enough to execute LKT.
Shelly getting a charge on the Nexus too. This is just so painful for 3x2. They're just running out of options, and they're not getting any room for Zen Reverse. I mean, despite funneling everything onto that Corki, he's still 0-3-0, barely making his way towards the second item. Now, I'm not even sure if he's gonna be able to survive long enough in the next team fight, because it's already at that point where Jay can just get deleted. Anos can just get deleted, even despite the shields from the Karma here. So it's getting more and more gloomy here for 3x2. They need a miracle play right now.
Yeah, it's not getting any better for 3x2CM with the 8k gold, or rather the 12k gold lead. That's really big. LKT, this is just gonna be really hard for them to execute, especially that their composition really relies on how they play the early game. Game's done just because LKT is winning all their objectives.
Yeah, early game did not work here. Actually backfired a little bit, because look at Anos 1 as well. Not even on the board yet. All of LKT are already on the board, and very few of them have deaths. Only 3 deaths on the board. And look at the likes of the bottom lane here, the Lux and the Nautilus. 1-0-10. 1-0-11 on Yipo and Miosha. But here comes the fight once more. That's the death charge connecting onto 1. Ice will not be using the death mark this time, because he's already gone down. Flash is out. 2 members down for 3x2. And can they hold the line here? It seems like not, because on the bottom side, it's another 1v1 between the ninjas. But I don't expect Shen is going to be winning that anytime soon. Ton actually connecting, but the Baron getting started up. That's the legendary for the Akali. Finally, they're getting the trade off for the shutdown. But the bigger picture is that LKT, they're going to get this Baron for free.
Yeah, we're going for it, but they are baiting out the Ragnarok from Honesty. But the Baron is up, so this is just going to be an easy take for them. This is just formality at this point, Aiden. They're just going to be taking the Baron just because we want to play it safe, we want to play it really competitively. But with the 14k Goldie, they can end it anytime they want to.
Absolutely. Pushing 15,000 at this point here, Dash. And the next Drake spawning up in just 30 seconds as well. So the more we look at this game, Dash, I'm not going to mince words here. The worse it looks for 3x2.
Really does.
Because they're just running out of options. I mean, at least Zen Reverse is doing a pretty good job of trying to gap that close. That whole gap. But the blue buff getting stolen away is just insult to injury at this point.
No, man. It's just really unfortunate. Very frustrating for 3x2CM that they're losing all of these fights. And now bot lane too.
Ragnarok already used up just for the unstoppable buff into the flash. And they have to... The fact that Anos 1 has to invest so much against just one member of LKT as an Olaf is basically saying the state of this game here, Dan.
Yeah, I really like the Olaf pick, to be honest, but because they weren't able to win the early game, it's just LKT snowballing in their favor. The two assassins are just getting out to the backline for free without any repercussions.
Yeah. Looking for more here at the top side, and look at just how much damage Major does.
Oh,
And look,
man,
just
Final
Yeepo
Spark.
with the laser beam. His final spark just inches out the life away from Zen reverse there, and that's just 3 members down already for 3x2. They have to go for attempted to death mark onto the back line. Only
No
just
damage.
one member ace. Just as has no damage, and there you have it, folks. LKT securing the first game of the best of 5.
Great first win for LKT, really shows how they prepared for these games. And they were able to start off really aggressive fights without anything being punished. I was expecting them to get punished every time they overstep their bounds, but because they aren't, oh man, it was just too easy for LKT to just get the wins there.
Yeah, and I feel like it all started with AL Major. I feel like that space that was being created in the top side was what propelled this landslide of victory here for Lucky Team. They really have to work out their composition here, I feel like, for CALxMNL, because I feel like the Shen could have been drafted. The Shen alone could have been opted for something that's a little bit more sustainable, maybe, and or perhaps something that brings more to the table. And that also, I feel like, could be one of their opportunities to perhaps change things. Because it's still a best of 5. They can still go for the adjustment here. It's not yet too late for 3x2. So I'm really excited to see what they're going to bring to the table after that game.
Yeah, adjustments that they need to do is that for example, the champions that they are going to be picking, they should be able to perform the win conditions that they have with the champion. For example, the Zed and the Olaf, they need to win the early game. After that, they just need to find ways to play around that loss that they had. But because they lost the early parts, they gave a lot of kills. Olaf and Zed were just no more. And the only thing that they could back for is the insurance that they have with the Corki. But it also took so long for Zen Reverse to have any damage in the late game.
Yeah, I gotta give credit where credit is due. Lucky Team, even though the early game was very, very scrappy, and we said it from the start how much better the early game comp is for 3x2, they knew how to respond. Despite the first 2 kills being in favor of 3x2, Lucky Team was immediately able to respond with 2, keeping them in that game. And actually, that was just enough. Keeping it even at the first few minutes of the game was enough for Lucky 24 to survive and get the items rolling for Naiko and the likes of AL Major. And at the end of the day, everyone was powerful for Lucky 24. Lucky Team, sorry. And well, that's it for our first game of the day, folks. It's still a best of 5, 1-0 on the board for Lucky Team. Let's see if 3x2 is going to be able to bounce back. But we'll just have a quick break first. D&D here, Datum and Dash, the casters for the day. We'll be right back in just a few minutes, so don't go anywhere.
Should we show them how we do it every day? No, I got it so happens next, I get to decide.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Yesports University League X League of Legends Wild Rift Southeast Asia. We had our game one a while ago against CALxMNL versus Lucky Team. We have seen Lucky Team win that game, but before that, we're going to be a shoutcasters for today. My name is Dash, and I'm here with Tatum ZND, and we're going to be a shoutcasters for today.
The battle for third here, Dash, and what an explosive start for Lucky Team. I mean, we were saying it at the start. They were just having a lot more damage, it seems like, on paper, and it definitely reflected in the game. However, I feel like now that they've had their first game, I mean, in a lot of these scenarios, it's the first game that's like getting to know how your enemy team plays, and in a best of 5, that first game might as well be a fluke. That could just be a fluke between these two teams. So who's to say what CALxM have in the bag here for the second game? But we'll have to wait and see before that commences. While we're getting the game ready for you guys, I'm gonna tell you just a little bit about the Yesports University League. If you don't know what it is about yet, it's one of the biggest tournament series in history, with students from all over the world competing for the ultimate glory. Over 300 universities from 4 geographical sectors, and it's a culmination of many months of preparation, and this is the finals for the Wild Rift. And I believe we are ready to go with the champion select screen here, Dash. Game number 2 of our battle for third, 3x2 CALxMNL versus Lucky Team. Let's see what both of them are going to opt for in these sort of chess match of a champion select.
Yeah, if you have, my question for you, Zayna, if you have something that you want to change for 3x2 on their composition, what do you think it is?
Honestly, just replace the Shen with something else. I feel like they could have opted for something very different from the top lane. I mean, there's a lot of safe options. I mean, one of the arguments of picking up a Shen is the safety, right? You can have not just the safety for yourself, but safety for
it's a neutral lane
of your for your teammates. And exactly as you mentioned, it's a neutral lane. Even if it goes bad, it's
still
not
okay. You're a Shen
it's
anyway.
Not as bad. Yeah, it's not as bad as others. But I feel
you're like a You're like an extra minion with the
That's
Stand
true.
United. That's basically Shen.
But I feel like they could play a little bit more less safe and more risky, because I feel like Jay is very limited by that Shen pick. I mean, I feel like he could have gone for something else entirely, maybe like a Renekton or a Fiora even, or a Camille or a Riven. I mean, these options, while on paper, on theory, is not as safe, is not as reactive as a Shen. They could open up a lot of possibilities here, especially for Jay, who is such a talented player.
All I can say is that Renekton, on the recent tournaments, for example, WCA, Renekton has always been a priority pick. Renekton first pick, Renekton second pick is always going to be a good pick, because at least your early game is good. And the early game to mid game is what dictates what's going to happen to the late game. Even though late game is such a stretch at this point, it's still really hard to get there when you have a Renekton as your enemy, because the slice and dice to the Ruthless Predator is just so deadly.
Yeah, and I feel like Renekton really is very flexible. Not just in he's not just feasible in the 1v1s. He's also very powerful in team fights because of the amount of damage that he puts up. But the Yone priority here for 3x2 is such a completely different look, and I'm already loving the start of this comp.
Answer it with a Gwen. That's the best thing that they could go for.
That's what
Answer
they
it with a
can
Gwen. Answer it with a Jax. Could be a good answer for the Yone here, just so that the Yone wouldn't really have the best of things on their laning phase, because the only problem with Yone is that his laning phase is really not that good. He's really strong, but he doesn't have that much of a damage, if you think about it. Or Renekton too would be a good answer here.
That is true. I mean, there's a lot of possibilities here to shut down the preemptive Yone pick. And of course, top of the list is that Gwen. So I wouldn't
Unless
be
they put
surprised.
it in the jungle.
Yeah.
If they
I
put the
wouldn't
Yone in the jungle, they wouldn't be able to stop it.
Yeah. So there you go. Renekton. It's a pretty safe pick here. Can counter the Yone, and is also a very solid Baron laner in and of itself. So yeah, they do have a couple of options with the Yone. They could still put it in the top lane, or they could put it in the jungle, which is not a bad idea.
Yeah, I remember that Gragas has been a great pick ever since both of these duelists, or rather skirmishers, Yone and Gwen have been in the meta, because Gragas could just stop them with just one body slam, one ultimate. It's enough to stop them from their tempo.
Yeah, really good playmaker cancellation there for the Gragas. Speaking of playmakers, it seems like we have two on the 3x2
No, we have
side.
three.
Make it three. We got Riven and Rakan here. Both ours, both powerful in the meta right now. And what this signals to me is that 3x2, they're looking more for that team fight this time. It's a little bit less scattered. I like it. There's more fighting prowess. However, the only thing that I'm a little bit worried for this time for them is the stats. Do they have enough tankiness? Do they have enough frontline or do they have enough CC? I feel like they do. So they could just look for that one frontliner. Should they go for that? Maybe, or they could just entirely not. Just go full on damage and CC.
Yeah, one thing that I really don't like about compositions and where everybody could execute, for example, this one, you have the Riven, you have the Yone, you have the Rakan, you have a lot of options, yes, but you need to find a way to, it's really hard to put them all together whenever the fight happens, especially when you have a Gragas on the enemy team. It would be way harder to put the CCs on top of each other just because of that one explosive cask.
Yeah, I'm really loving,
and also the Braum too, so
Yeah,
that makes
really-
it way harder.
really loving the preemptive Gragas pick here. It was basically blind, right?
Yeah.
And it's very flexible as well, in the sense that you can put it both as a support and on other roles. So really, it's very powerful, considering just how proactive this composition of 3x2 could be. So I wonder how they're going to round it out with.
You
Maybe
know-
perhaps. Yeah, what's up?
They can go with a Gwen here on LKT. They can go with a Gwen.
Still,
After
yeah,
the
they
Gwen,
still do,
they can pick
yeah.
up the Lux again for their side. They have a lot of wave clear, but they went to a safer route, going for the Corki, so at least they have insurance for the damage and also the package in the fights. I like this composition so much, just because they don't rely on a lot of mechanical abilities, and it's really easier to pull off compared to what 3x2 is pulling out.
Exactly. It's really much easier to execute, and if it does the job, why fix it? If it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? And it's also not just that. It's also very
Oh, they got the Lux.
counteractive. It's very counteractive of what the 3x2 comp is all about. I mean, sure, they got Lux, but there's a lot of options here that they could put that you could argue could accomplish the same thing as a Lux. I mean, Karma has been banned away, but all things considered, Lucky Team's composition is already pretty good in and of itself. They just lack maybe a little bit more of that damage insurance, but they already got the core key for that, and well, they can double up on it. They're just going for the Kha'Zix, which is not a bad idea.
Okay, they were losing on the damage department. Kha'Zix is a good answer again because there's a lot. Actually, all of those members are squishy. To Kha'Zix, they're all squishy, but at least they don't have a tank on their team. And this would be good if ever they would be able to execute this, because the explosive cast would make it easy to pull them apart, making the execution for the Kha'Zix easier. And the Corki would be the one whittling down on these members. But on the other hand, for 3x2 CM, they do have a lot of execution. They do have a lot of ways to counter any engages from the other side. But as we said, it's really hard to pull off because they need to weave a lot of things together.
Yeah. I'm excited to see how LKT is going to execute these ults, these massive champion ults, because you said it yourself earlier, Dash. You have to be picture perfect with the setups here, with the layering, and against Agragas, in theory, is just so much harder to do. So LKT this time, if I were to lay out which comp I like better, I have to say it's 3x2.
Yeah. What I can say though is that with LKT, I'm really seeing a different side from this.
Exactly.
With 3x2, they do have a lot of executions, they do have a lot of damage. They changed their sides. So we're seeing LKT again with this very wacky composition, but they were able to execute it. And I like that. At least they're sticking to their guns.
Yeah, and I feel like it's also an indication of just how confident LKT is going into this matchup, right? And that really plays so much into these types of games. Not just, I mean, apart from the composition, apart from their execution, if their players are playing confidently, that's just something that you cannot match unless you're feeling the same way in the opposite team. So LKT, we all remember how the first game went out, and if that is any indication of just how good they're feeling themselves in this next game, I feel like Lucky Team, despite the wacky team comp as you mentioned, I feel like they have this in the bag.
I think this is what is this team really good at. They're good at compositions where in solo queue, it's good. Because the Yone, the Riven, that screams a lot. I mean, Riven, I can say that it's not that much of a solo queue pick because a lot of teams, for example, RRQ, have been picking it a lot whenever they're fighting in big competitions. But here, on Lucky Team's side, if it's gonna be all wave clear, the Riven is really good. And the Wukong pick is because they don't want the execution to be easy for LKT. But here's the problem. How are they gonna be doing damage? The Kha'Zix pick, I really hate the Kha'Zix picks. We've seen LKT do it really well, but a Kha'Zix pick is always gonna be hard. It's just a while ago they were able to execute it.
I mean, we did see earlier that it was a pretty nice execution of a Kha'Zix. So where's all this hate coming from, Dash? I mean, come on, man. Give my man Kha'Zix some love. He's a pretty good pick. He's pretty powerful. But LKT, yeah, it's gonna be very hard to execute. But here we go.
I wasn't team Kha'Zix before, but because whenever I say that Kha'Zix is strong, the team that picks it always loses. That's why right now I'm team anti-Kha'Zix.
Well, okay. Let's see if Anos is gonna be able to prove you wrong in this game. As
I hope Anos. Yeah. I hope Anos would be able to prove me wrong. And again, this is what I'm saying about the Yone. Yone can go to the jungle, and that's why. If you see a Yone, if you think you can counter the Yone with a great laner, for example, Renekton, this is what they're gonna do to you. They have Rakan at the top side because Lux is easy to execute even without anyone together with her.
Gotta love the versatility here from the LKT side, and they really are showing that they know how to play these games. I mean, we can keep talking on and on about how their composition is the topside. Here we go.
Oh, Whites to the mid side. They are going to be able to get the stun onto one, and they were able to run away too to get away. Great flash to get the first blood, but there's going to be it. That's going to be the turn around from their side, but at least a 1-for-1 advantage to 3x2 CM.
Yeah. Jungler, or rather ADC for support though. So I would have to give the win to LKT on that first engagement. Also because they got the first blood. But Anos won on the Kazakhs 1v2.
Okay, 1v2, they're fighting it out, but as early as this one, they won't really have enough damage to take them down. Look at this aggression coming from Anosi. He does have the damage from it, and he was still able to steal it. Great timing.
Yeah, absolutely.
When
For another
Jaeger,
fight here.
yeah, into the mid lane. They got the body slam onto them. Twilight Shroud gets hit on the tree, but they're not going to be continuing. Good save from Miposhka.
Nice little grand entrance there for Miposhka. And that's what I'm talking about here, Dash. The individual prowess of LKT is something that actually is very, very calculated. It's very amazing to witness because they put it out only when they need it to. And whenever they do execute, it's picture perfect every single time. Take a look at that. Just one grand entrance, able to immediately save Yip in that encounter. And LKT already starting to build up this minuscule lead for the moment, but once they funnel it to the right members for the likes of Naiko or maybe Ale Major, it's gonna be even more detrimental. Here we go.
There we go. They're fighting for it. They got Jay pretty easily with the fate sealed, and his fate has been sealed. Now getting some platings on the top side.
Yeah, I'm actually quite surprised just how powerful Yone is as a jungler. I mean, the laning, rather the
Really
ganking
strong,
potential,
man.
the
Really
ganking potential of this champion on paper is not that good if you think about it, because you have to stack up your Q just to get a dash, just to get CC outside from your ultimate, but everyone's making it work, and Naiko doing a fantastic job at that. I mean, look at the board, Dash. All of their kills, Naiko has it.
The only reason why it's good though is that fate sealed's cooldown is pretty low. That makes it easy for the Yone to just wait it out, try to farm it out. We all know Yone really needs to take time to farm. And whenever the Fate Shield is up, that's only the time when he gets. But look at this though. The pressure that they're putting onto Hunjaeger is just really big. They've seen this Akali pop off, so they don't want to see it again.
Yeah, but the thing is, LKT, even though that's happening, they're providing a lot of that assistance elsewhere on the map and letting Hunjaeger become a little bit on the back end of things. But even
It's like the
so,
pressure absorber.
yeah,
now.
even so, Hunjaeger is not performing bad. He's actually doing pretty well for someone who has been receiving a lot of this pressure from 3x2. And considering their comp, considering just how this early game is not supposed to go like this, it's a pretty scary prospect for LKT.
Yeah, looking like 3x2 CM really wants to find the answer for this mid laner. Hunjaeger, the best answer would have been the Renekton, yes, against the Akali, because this is like a direct counter because it's easy to execute. But because the laning is different, it did not happen. And now Jay is on a disadvantage if ever he tries to fight Hunjaeger because he has the Ripmaker already.
Yeah, really have to play the long game here. Good thing Zen Reverse already picked up his first items, as well as Anos one, so they can go for roams across the map. Speaking of roams, it seems like LKT is going to be receiving priority on that Rift Herald bottom side, though. Package.
Okay, package has been used. Zen Reverse is still using it going in. Jay is running away from this. The flash has been used, but yes, 1 HP onto Jay. Almost getting that trade there on a 2v1.
No hesitation. The flashes on both ends, but the Dragon Hunter started up here, Dash.
Yeah, got it. Final spark. They do have the timing. Bosch guys here. It's not going to be doing anything else except for them to give them out to Drake.
Yeah, Rift Herald going in the way of LKT though, so that's going to give them a lot of that early game pressure and a little bit of gold. So all things considered, even though 3x2 was able to even out the kill board, that's the first turret going LKT side, and they're looking for more fights here.
Yeah, they got the mid lane turret, the top lane turret. That's big wins for the team here. 2 towers down. That's a lot of pressure on the next objective. So 3x2, their mission for this one is to find ways to take towers for themselves.
Exactly. So much presence already from LKT, and we talked about how it's gonna be hard to execute the layering of their ultimates in the late game team fights, and it seems like they don't even have to. They could just take the solo fights and they're gonna win it. Evidence of which is the first 2 turrets going away for the top and mid side. I mean, sure you could argue that it's the Rift Herald to give credit for the mid side, but again, another fight happening.
Great cast. Great use of the Shuriken toss. No more damage from Ice. Was able to use the Ignite, but it's not going to be able to execute on the Jaeger.
Yeah, back to my point earlier, they only got the Rift Herald because their solo laners were so darn good. And LKT, the map slowly going towards their favor. Look at the fight.
Under ultimate dominance has been used. They do have the sun, needs to flash away. They expected that fight to happen, but because they're losing a lot of this flashes, it's not good. Glacial pressure has been used. He was able to hit, but no follow-up. Wasn't communicated by the team.
That was a blind glacial figure. Sorry, glacial figure there from AIDS Burn, but unfortunately unable to get translated here.
Oh, light binding! They had to face Seal to 2. They were going to be able to hit. They are going to be backing away, but no execution whatsoever from the team here. No! Ice is going to be able to get the execute on the end. 2 for 1 and no follow-ups. No, here's the follow-up. Here's coming in. They were able to have the damage. Hun Jaeger is going to come in on Mosi, left alone with no one to help him out, and that made it a 3-4-2 advantage against LKT.
Yeah, LKT slowly building up that gold lead, almost up to a 5,000 gold lead now, and it's all looking like game number 1 again, albeit with a little bit more delay, but 7 minutes on the board and we're approaching the 6,000 gold lead here for LKT, and they get another turret too. So the map control here for LKT has just been so good. Their presence when it comes to these fights is so Johnny on the spot. Whenever one of their teammates are in trouble, you would think that they have the Shen again because of just how quick they respond. And this is just a consequence of just how gifted they are when it comes to knowing where to be at the exact right time because of how well they know this game.
Yeah, the problem here is that 3x2 CM is trying to be proactive somewhere around the map, but because LKT knows exactly what they're going to do, because this composition really relies on a lot of clashes. If not clashes, Anosi needs to get 1 kill somewhere around the map, but because they're always trying to find something, LKT, because of their strong solo laners, they're just going to be putting them on the side lanes. And they're not going to be having any problems.
I mean, I do like the idea, right? Proactivity, but here we go. Another isolated member, and there you go.
Yeah. Great knock-up, dominance, Glacial Fissure, not going to be hitting anyone, so no more clash at that part of the map. But look at how this happens. After that, Riven is still on the bottom side and is still taking down the tower so that they can take the Rift Herald later on.
It's just no answers. No answers from 3x2. That's 1 kill unanswered for, and that's pressure on the bottom side unanswered for, so they have to put 1 member on that bottom side of the map where there is a little bit of a risk if they put that there, because apart from the fact that Ale Major is powerful at this point, I don't think there's anyone that can 1v1 this Riven at this moment. Maybe NOC, but here we go.
Okay, explosive cast enough to stop them from pushing in. Great timing for 3x2 CM, but now Rift Herald is up, and they need to trade this off if they don't want another tower taken down. Flash comes in, and Yesports is just going to be surviving really fast to get it with the ghost, and that's going to be the bait that they needed to. Jay is going to fall down. Ains Bird is going to burn out of his life because everybody's here to help him out. And that's the revenge. Or rather, revenge. Here comes the team. You went to the wrong neighborhood. You're dead.
Yepo is just like that worm you use when you're camping out on a Sunday for fishing. He's that worm. He's that worm. And
he's the rainbow bait.
Exactly. He's going to run away so quickly the moment you turn on him. And look at LKT again. I have to commend just how well they play reactively. They respond immediately, called off the Rift Herald tick, and it paid off massively. And that's another engagement unanswered for by 3x2 just because of how well they set up these plays.
I like a reactive team whenever I see one, and LKT is that team. They're not as proactive as 3x2 CM. They're just waiting for them to make a mistake. And whenever they make a mistake, like here, onto the bot lane, they're trying to find it out. Yepoy now has been punished, was able to get the kill. Quickness is up. They're not going to be able to continue. A flash has been used, and they're still backing away. A Grand enters to back away from the fight, and they use a lot of their flashes. Maybe this is time. Ocean Drake still up. They have base healed onto Naiko. The timing is needed to be right just now, but he made. Okay, they're not going to be going for that trade.
Not going for the steal. So 3x2 walking off with their second Drake off the game. This is a good thing for them. It's a start of in the hopes. So it's a start of steps in the hopes of getting back into the game, but the airborne.
Ooh, a lot of mistakes have been happening. Hun Jaeger backing away from the fight, but they know they have more items, so they're confident that they can go for a fight here. And LKT is just gonna back away. But what is this? LKT is going proactive.
Yeah, exactly. They have to at a certain point because 3x2 is just slowly starting to catch on. They know that LKT is probably not grouping up together, and here we go.
Final Spark use quickness onto the towers. Grand entrance is going to happen. A wind slash is going to be taking them down. Zen reverse is going to be the next target. No flashes on this man because they used it and wanted to pay steal onto the back line. Ice is going to fall. That's 3-4-0.
Beautiful job there for Naiko, waiting for the has to be used before using the Fate Seal to go back into it. But Jay getting caught, that's a dead alligator.
That's not your neighborhood anymore. You don't have any towers on that side of the map, so that's really a red zone, and that's why he was easily taken down.
Almost a 9,000 gold lead. Let's take a look at what happened here one more time. Great little engagement into the cast response, but at the end of it, it's just take a look at this cast one more time. Fate Sealed immediately juiced after that. And
Not
Ice
even
is going
gonna
down.
hit.
Yeah.
Fate Seal didn't even need to use it. It was a gap closer at that point, because he really just wants to get close to the enemy team. Now that the mid lane turret is down, this is just natural pressure for LKT.
LKT, they can become proactive now because they have so much more map control.
Wait.
Back in.
Trick and toss. Doesn't have the perfect execution, but he was able to burn the explosive cask. What?
What the? Okay. Okay. I mean, you can see that. You can see that LKT, they're getting into the 3x2 players' heads. I mean, there was no way that Han Jaeger was going to be able to pull off that kill, especially against Gragas. But
he did have the flash though, so at least he knows that he's safe. But
yeah,
I'll take the explosive cask. That's good.
Yeah, exactly. LKT, they're slowly breaking mental health 3x2, and they know it. They know that they can walk up like that very riskily because 3x2 are going to make these mistakes. They are starting to faltering, and LKT, they know that they're in control of this game and they're looking for fights.
Yeah, they thrive on team fights, and Anosi is just not gonna cut it. It's not gonna be good, especially in this composition with a Kha'Zix and a team fight composition. It's not gonna be really easy for them to pull off. Everybody reacted to the bot thing. They want to get some kills for themselves. They use the flash onto Jay. Last member standing. He can dash away though. Grand enters on the back away. That's gonna be the face sealed on to Anosi, and now it's a 4v5. They're the ones who are gonna be fighting against them. Top lane tower is gonna be ticking towards Han Jaeger. They're flashing in. Jay gonna be getting the Ruthless Predator onto the back line, but they're still just skirmishing against them. They can't even chase the members right here, but Pipochka 1 HP is gonna fall. Thunderburst onto the back line. Flash has to be used. A lot of CC onto them together with the slots, and that's the mistakes happening. This is gonna be the time for Naiko to fight back. Revenge kills for revenge kills. 2 for 2 on both sides.
Yeah, 2 for 2, but the thing is, LKT, all that time, they were just buying
Towers
as much
down.
space as they can for their top laner, and that's Han Jaeger. All this time, he was just pushing on the top side, and he's threatening to kill.
Oh, look at Naiko. Naiko is really confident that he'd fight a 2v1 against this, but if a one Ruthless Predator was able to hit against him, he's gonna fall down. Look at this. Bot lane, this is gonna be really sleazy. Almost gonna get the kill, but Jay really knows that he will win the fight there.
Yeah, shutting down that Yone finally for Jay, but I mean, take a look at the gold graph here, Dash. Not even close. I mean, just the story between
10K.
the Yone and NOC is 3,000 gold lead between each player. If you average it, it's just looking dire here for 3x2. What can they do at this point? Can they even team fight with a Kha'Zix? I mean, I'm slowly starting to get the Kha'Zix hate now, because team fighting, what can Kha'Zix bring to the table?
Yeah,
Not much.
especially if the composition really doesn't have enough damage for the Kha'Zix to execute anyone. Because looking at it right now, Zen Reverse does have damage, but not enough to get everyone to have HP. That is when the time that Anosi needs to get in. But on this composition, Anosi is part of the damage, and that's not good when you have a Kha'Zix on your team.
Yeah, the thing is, they need him dealing damage, right?
Yeah.
As a Kha'Zix, the thing is, it's very easy to execute in the 1v1.
Yes.
Here we go.
I think this is dead. Yeah, that is dead. When I saw the rapid and stat cap on the items, that was dead.
So that's why he uses the cast early.
Yeah.
That's why he immediately casts stat explosive cast every time he gets caught off guard, because that's what happens. If he doesn't, he's just gonna completely get annihilated. Speaking of annihilations, Naiko 1v1ing as the Infernal Drake, but here we go. Anosi trying to be the hero. Can he make some magic?
Nah. He won't be able to do any damage here. The package is at the ready though. Oh no, I think that's a mistake on their side. They're not going to be able to back away here. Stasis is going to get it used. Perfect execution of the 2! And they got the kill. Now it's left alone to the Fate sealed. His fate has been sealed because he's going to be chased down by another quickness to the flash. And that's 3-4-0. Make that a 4 because Ice is also down.
Guy, Dash, no one fell down for LKT.
Yeah.
No one. Every single time these fights have been
this is
so
gonna be
scary. It just doesn't pan out. VOT for 3x2. But here comes the
Last fight, Jay, Gargle Enchant just to survive for just a bit. Are they going to be able to buy some time here? They're going to be ending the game, and they don't have enough HP, but Tycho is going to be flashing away. Final Spark not going to be hitting anyone, but the game is done, and LKT is going to be taking that win.
I'm telling you, Dash, confidence. The confidence on LKT's
Definitely.
players as they get in the heads of 3x2 by the end of that game is just at an all-time high. There you have it, folks. 2-0 on the board. We have
Wacky.
yeah, at least there's still one more game before 3x2 walks, or like sorry, LKT walks away with this
See the
series.
scoreboard,
But yeah, but I gotta tell you here, Dash, lucky team, they're just on a roll.
I want to see the scoreboard though, if ever the scoreboard's there. Yeah, thank you very much. So with the scoreboard, we can see how this happened. If we can take a look at the graph, the damage that has been dealt for all of these games has all been to everyone. I think the damage
That is true.
very equally distributed from the side of this team, and that's why it's really strong. This team really knows how to play against each other, even with a composition that screams to me that is a very solo queue composition.
Yeah.
They were still able to pull it off.
And I feel like the unsung hero here of LKT is Han Jaeger. I mean, you could see the amount of
Yeah.
priority that 3x2 was putting on that mid lane. Oh, the gold graph didn't even flinch, not
Oh,
once.
man.
Anyway, back to my point.
It's just
The-
going
the,
up.
the amount of space that Han Jaeger held in that early game,
the
and then
damage,
still
right?
having this much
Yeah.
damage, this much contribution in those team fights, is single-handedly what anchored this team in that position of superiority, and it set up Ale Major and Nyko for success.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying. This is a problem. Whenever you pick a Kha'Zix, you want the Kha'Zix to just execute. And the higher it is, the way bad, the lower it is, the way bad it happened. Because Kha'Zix didn't have any targets. Because whenever they go for a fight, everybody's half HP. He won't be able to execute, so he won't be able to go in. That's why Unosi struggled there. And I think the best way to go about this, if you're going to be drafting a Kha'Zix, draft someone, just one, who can do CC, and everybody needs to go damage.
You gotta have that insurance, man. Gotta have it, especially in these Kha'Zix compositions. But it's still just game number 2, folks. It is a best of 5. It's not yet too late for 3x2 to come back. So we will figure that out. They have a lot of figuring out to do. But for us, we'll just have to wait before the next game, because while we're getting the game ready for it, we'll just be having a quick break. D&D here, Datum and Dash, your casters for today. We'll be right back in just a bit, so don't go anywhere.
No fate, nor destiny. Only tomorrow.
KDA, should we show them how we do it every day? What happens next, I get to decide.
Welcome back, guys. This is still the Yesports University League X League of Legends Wild Rift Southeast Asia region battle for third between Lucky Team and 3x2 CM. It's been a rough couple of games for 3x2 here, Dash, and I wonder, what do you think they can change to have a better chance at game number 3?
I'm really looking forward to what they're going to do after this, because they have not been having a great time, especially when it came to the day. They are losing a lot of these fights. They're losing a lot of these battles that they're supposed to be winning, just because that LKT knows how to play very reactively against them. We're seeing that the games aren't really taking that long, but LKT, if they were a proactive team, they could have finished this early, but because they're very reactive and they stay to their roots, they are winning this even if the game goes longer.
And also it's because of their comp, right? I mean, I feel like they didn't necessarily want to risk it because their comp were sort of all or on nothing.
It's wacky.
But yeah, but I really am trying to rack my brain around what 3x2 can do here to try and extend the series further, because they tried going the foolproof method, right? They tried drafting champs that are fairly easier to execute, and it still didn't work against LKT though. So I feel like what they can do here is play towards their comforts, right? Play their own comp, don't play against Lucky Team, and getting that comfort running, rather going for yourselves, I feel like is a major play factor here. I feel like it's exactly what they need to have their confidence back up and get their comfort levels to a level where they can keep toe-to-toe with Lucky Team.
Yeah, now let's take a look at the game. We are going into the picks and bans. We do have the Akali is gonna get banned. That is actually what they needed. They needed to ban the Akali because Hunjaeger is just too good at playing this.
Yeah, that's true. It's created so much space. Actually, it kept so much space. I feel like it's the proper term for Lucky Team. Earlier, Yone getting banned away makes a lot of sense as well. Samira actually preemptively banned here by 3x2. So not really surprising considering how powerful Samira is in the current state of the meta, especially with in combination with a Rakan, which is something that Lucky Team loves playing as well. Third ban coming out here for Ice, and it seems like they're trying to rack their brain around what they want to not play against. Karma off the table as well. So I feel like this time around, 3x2 going for a little bit more of a standard route.
Really? If they're not going to be banning Senna here for the next one, we're probably going to be seeing a Senna on this game. Never mind. Okay, they're banning the Senna. So on the next pick, if this is going to be a Jace, a Renekton is going to be expected onto the other side. So this is something that they need to play around here for the side of CALxMNL, because they do have the Jace on their side. They do have the damage, but I hope they would be able to execute this.
He was talking about proactivity here, Dash, and the Lucian indicates just that. For me, I feel like this time, Lucky Team, they're gonna want to take as much fights as they could, starting with this bottom lane. I feel like they're going to pick something like an engager support here, probably a Leona, maybe a Thresh, or a Nautilus, which we haven't seen yet, but they're going for a Nasus. Makes you wonder, where is this Lucian going?
Nasus is... really surprised about this Nasus. The only time that the Nasus could be effective is that if they
With a
pick
Senna.
is a Senna or an Ashe. But if you pick a Nasus like this, a Seraphine is expected to get picked on the bot lane together with the Nasus. So what they want to go for is a lot of CC on their side, and the Lucian is probably going to go mid.
Yeah, exactly. Probably. Echo getting picked up here on top of the Lee Sin, so a lot more early game presence this time around for the side of 3x2CM, and the Riven, the playmaker, comes out, and yeah, Ban's still gonna come out. So I feel like there's still a chance the solution is actually gonna go towards the bottom side here, because we've seen LKT going for a little bit of a risky comp earlier. What's stopping them from doing so again right now?
Yeah. If they ban the Seraphine on CALxMNL, if they ban the Seraphine, they don't have other options. So they need to ban the Seraphine so that this Nasus could be a bad pick on their hands. Because you don't really pick the Nasus in the first rotation, because Nasus doesn't really have a place if you don't have a Senna or an Ashe. So yes, ban those supports that could duo with the Nasus.
I mean, even so, you could argue that Seraphine, it is true that Seraphine is the best pick with that Nasus, apart from the Senna. Of course, I feel like it wouldn't be too bad if that Nasus was paired up with something like a Lux, I would say, right? Which we did witness last time around on Yippo Yi's hands. Was pretty effective. Actually dealt the most damage in that last game, so I wouldn't be surprised if that comes out here as well. But this is lucky team we're talking about, right? I feel like we can absolutely see anything on the board here. They're banning away Galio and Gragas. That denial really was a headache for them in the first game, so they're not giving that option away to 3x2 this.
They're going to be banning the buy again, so they're not the best counter for the Lee Sin is always going to be they are picking the buy up because of that, and that's why they pick up this Lee Sin pick on their side. So this Lux, okay, this is going to be good. With the Lux and the Nasus, it's going to be okay. And also, with the Lucian on their side, this is going to be paired towards where the Jace is going to be. Because that has been a classic, right? Even in League of Legends BC, we have been seeing a lot of Lucian Jace fights, so that whoever is pairing up against the Jace, it's at least going to be a neutral lane.
Yeah. And it's all going to boil down into execution. The 1v1 skill matchup. Morgana getting banned away. And actually, they're going for a Vayne here. A really interesting choice. They could have gone for a... I mean, even if they wanted to go that route, I mean, that chipping damage, they could have gone for a Kai'Sa just for a bit of a safer option. But, okay. They saw the Nasus into the Lux combo. And I feel like, you know what? Xenoverse was like, challenge accepted. And went for the Vayne.
Oh no, if he picks the Zed, this is gonna be bad for them. Because if ever they're echoing the Jace, the problem whenever you pick a Vayne is that you don't have the amount of wave clear. Most of the time, the reason why Lux is picked, because Lux's wave clear after he goes into the mid lane would be good. But with the Zed again has a lot of targets, and now it's on the hands of LKT, and it's Hun Jaeger we're talking about. So this is pretty hard.
Yeah, and think about it, right? If you have a Vayne against a Nasus in lane, and then a Zed roams down, what will Vayne do after she's been withered and deathmarked? Nothing.
Yeah.
what can she do?
I mean, there's the wild growth. There's the wild growth and the shield.
I mean,
but
sure,
that's
but
at least, yeah.
I mean,
that's
sure,
the only thing you can do.
But at that point, imagine in what world will a slowed and deathmarked Vayne not be stunned up and snared up by a Lux, and then that's two ultimately at your face, right? I mean, of course, it's all just theory crafting. Maybe Xenoverse is like the best Vayne in the world, so let's wait and see. Of course, it is the elimination match for them after all, so everything to lose for 3x2 here. So everything they've got, they're throwing at this composition. Maybe this is Xenoverse's most comfortable pick, and the Lulu is just there to make it a little bit easier for Vayne to survive towards the later game. So we'll have to wait and see, Dash. But this is the matter of the facts, and that is 3x2 down 0-2 at the best of 5. Everything to lose in this battle for third, and maybe this is their time to shine.
Yeah, I hope that this would be their time to actually fight back against them, because so far it hasn't been really nice that they have been losing all this game. LKT are just really good at playing against them, and even with this composition, most of the time the compositions are all about how they are going to be playing this really good fights. And
Yes.
even though that they don't really have big wins, they are just playing it so well.
Yeah. LKT. Have to wait and see how they execute. Apologies for some of the technical difficulties that you're seeing on the screen right now, folks. But we'll get things ready and fixed up for you pretty soon. There you have it. The red teams can be seen on the screen right now. And okay, let's have some predictions here again, Dash. In this comp, who do you think has the upper hand?
The only thing that I'm looking forward to for CALxMNL is if the Vayne gets off. That is the only time that they win. But here on this composition, if it's just gonna be, how can I say this? If it's the percentage of winning, the higher one still goes to the side of LKT.
Yeah, I would say so as well. I mean, having what we've seen on the last games, I feel like LKT has got this in the bag. Early fight coming through. Ice 1 HP. That's already the Z passive rocks. He's going back in
no,
for the
why?
3 stack. Why would you do that? Ignite is already ticking away. Ice 1 HP left. He'll be able to survive with the flash. So now the Handjaeger has the flash advantage.
That's a big win. If you're fighting against a Zed especially, if you lose the first trade, that lane is Zed's. So you don't really want to give that. He does have the time winder anyway, so he might just suck off the minions just with the time winder, but he risked taking it all. Look at this bot lane.
Bot lane snare connects, and that's an easy kill.
Man.
Easy first blood for LKT. Reverse is not the one of the targets, and he's still unable to save his teammate there, Dash.
That's what's bad about this. When you pick an ADC against a Nasus lane, you're just gonna be taken down. Also, they have a utility support, so it's easy to wither, and they won't be able to do anything. If it wasn't Nautilus or a Braum, could have been better, but look at this, Condemn bot lane.
Yeah, Condemn forcing out the flash from Miposhka there is not a bad thing, of course, but a little bit of an off timing there means that Unos 1 will not gonna be able to translate that early gank towards the bottom side. And LKT, 1 on the board, but it feels heavier, Dash. Whenever they get the early lead, it's all the more scary for LKT.
They saw the Lee Sin on the bot side, so they're gonna go for Ice.
Dive onto the ice, and the flash has already been committed, and there you have it. Stun is not going to connect because of the immediate trade of flashes. Both of them, without hesitation, take down that mid laner.
That's basically what happens when you just see the jungler on what part of the map. You're just gonna get punished every time. And look at this. Naiko is just taking his blue buff without any problems.
Exactly. It's already a rougher start compared to the past couple of games, and with more to lose, 3x2. Here's the thing, Dash. They're still not end. This is not the end of the road for them. Nice still steal there from
Naiko.
Actually, Naiko stealing away the blue buff. He will get engaged on by Jay. Stun
Has broken
connects
wings.
onto 2, but Naiko is going to be in trouble now. Ice with a good execution. He will get that execute. Here comes the trade, and here comes the Lee Sin. Sonic Wave connects, and that's the call
he's gonna die.
called upon. And I'll see 1 HP,
No
and
more
here comes
flash,
Ice
that's
for
good.
the savior, and there you have it, the double kill for Echo.
Great punish, and the Echo is the one who got all those kills, and now they have vision onto Handjaeger. Look at this.
Handjaeger going in, didn't even have to use the death mark.
No. Really unfortunate that they lost that fight. That was supposed to be a good, probably a 2-4-0 or 2-for-2, but because of that last kill, that made it so that LKT won that.
Yeah. Ice though, really good proactivity, all things considered. He tried to steal away the blue buff that was being stolen. Didn't happen, but he did get the kills in the end, so that mitigates the gold advantage, snowballing away, but look at the damage. Look at Handjaeger, and this is perfect. It's absolutely perfect for the Zed. What was that, Handjaeger?
Oh man, Handjaeger just used the Living Shadow. He went in, and Chrono Break is being baited by Ice. The basic, that's the classic, right? You don't level up the Chrono Break just for them to get baited out. But no, that was the reverse Uno card.
Yeah, the bait against the bait. And it was absolutely beautiful there for Jaeger. The trigger discipline, as we call it in Valorant. But in the mid lane, there is the blade being activated. The Wind Slash is available, and that's the damage being dealt. Survival of the fittest here as Handjaeger survives, and his eyes getting pummeled by everything. Gets hit by the second part of the ult by Naiko. He's going back in for the hard airborne. Stun connect, but he still survives and gets that 1 kill. Another kill and answer 4 for LKT.
The confidence from LKT just because of this 2 wins. It's a best of 5, but it's looking like it's way easier if this was a best of 3 for LKT. They could have finished this a while ago. And it's so hard for 3x2 to come back from this this snowball and LKT just getting the momentum on their side.
5,000 gold lead, Dash. We're barely at the 4-minute
4
mark, and
minutes.
it's already a 5,000 gold lead secured here for LKT. The Black Cleaver is already on the board on Raiko, and
Deathmark.
look, they're looking for more fights here. Deathmark on the
man.
reverse, perfect little shield there, but after the fact, reverse has to recall now, otherwise they risk getting punished on the bottom side. Meanwhile, on the
Meteor
top
and
side,
Chan.
that LKT gets
What?
the kill.
The confidence from Poshka. He even had the Meteor enchant.
Exactly.
And what is that? Oh man, this is just so bad. This is so brutal. They don't. The reason why they picked the Nasus, I get it now. They needed the wave clear. They needed a slow. So with the Lux and with the Nasus, they have enough wave clear to take off their member Psycho.
Oh, look at that. Ano, see, half HP again. And Naiko not even having to invest that ult because of just how far ahead he is
He's
in
gonna
terms
go
of
in.
items. He's already got Black Cleaver and now he's going in for the blue buff. Here comes that Nasus and the ult has been activated. Flash into the queue and
What?
that's a perfect couple of plays there from Naiko.
No hesitation from LKT. They're not afraid of what 3x2CM is gonna do. And remember, if you have a Lee Sin on your team and if it's 0-2-0-3,
0-3, yeah.
it's basically bad. And Naiko is just gonna know that he's gonna win every fight against that Lee Sin.
Ice a little bit too far forward, does have the ulti to work with. But here you go again, looking for a fight. Polymorph comes in, and well,
They're gonna take down
my
mid lane turret.
gosh, look at the damage from the Lux. They do have Shelly to aid them, but I don't think they're gonna be needing it for this first one. Deathmark for the
Jay!
triple shuriken, and it's more than enough. It's overkill. As Jay
You know
goes
what?
down.
It would have been better if they just kept the Akali not banned. Because
Yeah.
this Zed is looking
worse.
to be way
It's
deadlier.
worse.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that light binding connects, and that's Ano.
Naiko,
in
no!
trouble. Airport into stun, and the Black Cleaver goes to work. He will
Well
survive
played.
because of the flash, but not the next time he gets spotted. Look at that
Meteor
reverse.
enchant.
Gets immediately chipped down to 20% HP. That
They're just
Lux
throwing
slash
everything.
Spark almost gets a kill as well, and 3x2 falling apart, falling like flies. They're getting dove, and the mid turret is getting chipped away at the core by LKT.
Infernal Drake's being taken together with the mid turret. That's going to be a big win for LKT. 10k gold lead, 6 minutes in the game, and that just screams GG to me.
Exactly. Honestly, look, 1 HP again, and actually saving the
Oh!
death mark for the last second,
Oh!
almost getting outplayed there, and he
Really?
will eventually.
Oh!
Anos 1 gets down as well, though, so that's an even trade. Polymorph denied that play from Naiko, so at least some breathing room in 3x2CM. But look at this, are they looking for a fight here? LKT might have overstepped their bounds, so they're gonna back off for now.
Good timing. LKT is just roaming around, taking them down, and this is what's hard about the Bane pick, right? Because Zen reverse now, Wither is there.
Yeah, exactly. He gets weathered, flashes on just to survive, but he will get last spark
doesn't
on.
even-
And look at that, Meepoke is just
One more
walking
Spirit
around
Fire.
in front of him.
Bonk.
He's not even needing to auto-attack because he's just gonna get the kill.
So big for them. Anosi.
Okay, Wave the Dragon already used up. Miposhka in a bit of trouble. That's the airborne, so he's not going to be able to do anything. But look at the damage from the Lux. Look at the damage from Naiko. And look at the immediate response. LKT, they're looking for more. Naiko
the
activates the
exile.
ult. Look at the Zed as well.
Oh,
He gets
the
kill on
flash!
Lee Sin, the flash into the knockup. And LKT looking unstoppable.
This is so brutal. They could have done this game 1 and game 2 if they just want to show their skills against 3x2CM, but they haven't. And they showed it all. Their prowess, their strength. LKT is just winning the game so well, and oh man, this is brutal.
And look at Yepo. He's not taking any chances at all. He's just so confident.
Chrono Break
in
is
this
up.
1v1. Chrono Break is up, so they're backing off for now. But the moment Ice goes back in, that could be a disastrous prospect for these two members who are now low in HP. But look at LKT, man. They're just grouping up together despite being low in HP.
Light binding.
Airborne comes up. Ice, they're just trying to bait out this Chrono Break. But Anos is already here. And I don't think they're going to be committing any further because Yipo Yi is already back to full health.
Really hard for LKT. Jaeger going in.
Jaeger going in once more, and it doesn't even have to use the death mark. And Anos 1 in a bit of trouble. They can go for a dive here. Last
Boom!
part gets all of
Could have
them.
been
It
two.
gets just one kill. Could have been more. But the fact of the matter is they still claim that space. Look at the dashing in Lucian. You know what? When the Lucian is dashing into this type of comp, that's when you know the game is done.
Yeah, that's just when Delusion is dashing in together with your team. And this is what I'm saying. the reason why it's hard to pick a Vayne on a composition like this is that the enemy team is gonna be confident because they know that the Vayne is not gonna be doing anything unless she gets 3 items. Jaeger
Jaeger
fighting it
going
out.
for the death mark. 1 HP left. Just get the shurikens in, but not enough damage. Barely enough. But he survives until
What?
the Lucian shows
They have
up.
wards there.
A major secures the kill.
Oh no, that ward took a bit of time before it gave the vision. That's why the Lucian was able to get the kill again. Datum, this is just looking
Yeah, I know what
Grim.
it looks like. Yeah, I
it's
know.
looking grim. Yeah,
15k gold lead.
9 minutes. When-
I know.
It's almost gonna be like 3x2 CM. The only time that they can win here is by a miracle. I don't know. The only miracle that they need to pray to all their gods if ever they have one.
Look
'Cause
at the
that's the
Poshka.
only thing that
They can
can
see
do.
him.
Yeah.
They know that it's warded. You can
Imperial
see him.
Mandate in Ryla's Crystal Scepter. Man, this is
rough.
look at that. Look at the slow
Look at
and the
the
mandate
slow.
damage. Oh,
It's
man.
enough just
Crazy.
to chip it down and to bait out the way of the dragon. But Anos might be looking for a play here. Does connect the Sonic Wave, but look at Ice, 1 HP left, so playing with a little bit of fire.
You know what?
But, yeah.
The first time that the Imperial Mandate came out, it made the Nasus composition better.
Very good.
So
yeah.
even without the man, he's dead.
Oh my god,
Oh!
1 HP. Barely surviving that.
Oh,
off
there's
of
the punish.
barrier, and here comes the punish. Is it gonna be there actually? Light Binding barely misses. And here we go. Anos doesn't have anything left in the bank. Here comes the culling, just for a little bit of reassurance, and LKT running for the hills for now.
People didn't even have any flashes there when that happened, and he was able to survive again. That just says a lot about what 3x2 CM has in their plate. They're gonna go in again for another fight here.
Yeah, AES is in a bit of a forward
Oh, no, that's a
position.
dead
Look
Lulu.
at the combo from Nightco. It's beautiful. Onto the Lulu, but here comes the full-on fight breaking through. Ice from the back line. Uses the chrono break, but
Boom!
in 0 damage and in 0 fashion gets the
Nightco?
kill. And here we go.
He still
Asafo comes
survived?
in. Nightco still
What?
surviving, and the Silver Bolt is not enough. That's the kill again for LKT. 0 members going down in trades for 4 from 3x2.
20 seconds on the clock on the Ocean Drake, but are they gonna actually care about that? They want to end the game.
Yeah, they want to end the game indeed. Inhibitor turret is getting chipped
Right
down.
around
That's
there.
down for the count. That's the Shelly, just for
They
good
wanna
measure
end
as well. What can you do? Wave the Dragon is not available. Death Mark onto your face, and that's a dead leads in, and that's a dead 3x2. LKT is your third placer.
That's just so brutal. This is what's hard about a best of 5. Even on a best of 3, it's easier to come back. On a best of 5, if you get a 2-0, that gives that team confidence, and that gives the other team negative confidence, if that's a thing. But that's the reason why it's hard to come back from it if they get 2 consecutive wins. That's how they're going to be playing it. They're going to be playing it confident. Even if you ban their champions, it's going to be okay because they would know how to fight against you, especially when you're back against a corner.
Yeah, and I love how Lucky Team plays the drafts. They just have every corner figured out. I mean, even if they don't, we saw in game number 2, even if they don't have every corner figured out, they are still gonna out-execute you. But when they do, it's gonna be this. This is what happens. 25-5. Every single member from LKT has got +5 KDA, and it's... When do you see that? How does that happen? In a battle for third, in a tournament as big as this? Never.
Datum, that's basically what happened here. If you can look at the gold graph, the gold just ballooned from high to higher. And
Exactly.
you can say that this is just how this team plays. Lucky team, they're not even lucky, they're just good. They're not lucky.
Yep,
So
yep.
that's why, oh man, this is just the battle for third, really brutal on what we've seen for today, and I hope that we see more of Lucky team. But
Exactly.
this is just the third place match, everybody. We still have the grand finals later on.
Yeah, speaking of which, folks, we will have that at 8 p.m. Hong Kong time sharp. So if you wouldn't want to miss that, make sure to come back here at 8 p.m. But for now, before we head off for a bit of a long break, I'd just like to thank our sponsors for making this event possible. Of course, shout outs to the sponsors of this tournament, Safari Asia, Nine Swing, and Nano Leaf Hong Kong for sponsoring our prizes for our winners. This event would not be a thing without those guys. And I believe that's it. If I haven't forgotten anything, Dash.
Yeah, and also follow, like, and subscribe Yesports, Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch for more updates, events, and tournaments in the future. The future is close because 8 p.m. would be that next tournament or rather the grand finals that we're going to be having for today. So don't forget to like, share, and even share this live stream that we have on for today. Because honestly, Tatum, it was great. LKT showing how strong they are, and this is what I want to see Wild Rift at its finest.
Yeah, exactly. They're showing us how to do it. But that's it, folks, for our battle for third. This is still the Yesports University League X League of Legends Wild Rift Southeast Asia region. Don't miss the grand finals later at 8 p.m. D&D here, still your casters for now and later, Dash and Tatum. And we'll be back at 8 p.m. And until then, stay safe and dry. Have a nice night.
You really got me going. You got me so I don't know what I'm doing. You really got me now. You got me so I don't know what I'm doing now. Yeah, you really got me now. You got me so I can't sleep at night. You really got me. You really got me.
I win the war in the battle, bro. We'll take the blow for collateral. They like to call us some animals. I know they mad that we crafted a manual. No, this ain't for we gon' hate this for soul. Tell them retreat cause they ain't even close. Together team cause they can't leave with hope. Keep them reminded they try to let go.
I said no, Seraphine.
Come on, it's like a diary. I'm in the music club. I love cats, interstellar travel, and I'm a Star Guardian.
Demons lie. Swords speak truth. Demons take many forms. I hunt them all the same. No fate nor destiny. Only tomorrow.
What happens next, I get to decide.
I said no, Seraphine.
Come on, it's like a diary. I'm in the music club. I love cats, interstellar travel, and I'm a star guardian.
Humans lie. Swords speak truth. Demons take many forms. I hunt them all the same. No fate nor destiny. Only tomorrow.
What happens next, I get to decide.
said no, Seraphine.
Come on, it's like a diary. I'm in the music club. I love cats, interstellar travel, and I'm a Star Guardian.
Humans lie. Swords speak truth. Demons take many forms. I hunt them all the same. Fate nor destiny, only tomorrow.
happens next, I get to decide.
said no, Seraphine.
Come on, it's like a diary. I'm in the music club. I love cats, interstellar travel, and I'm a star guardian.
Humans lie. Swords speak truth. Demons take many forms. I hunt them all the same. No fate nor destiny. Only tomorrow.
KDA, should we show 'em how we do it every day? No, I got it, so here you go. You can see us the move. No, I got it, never running low. Yeah, I got more than enough for everybody. You know I got it like I'm gonna blow your mind. Give 'em that, and that's how it'll be. You know What happens next, I get to decide. I run with scissors. You really got me, baby. You got me so I don't know what I'm doing. You really got me now. You got me so I don't know what I'm doing now. You really got me now. You got me so I can't sleep at night. You really got me. You really got me.
I win the war in the battle, bro. We'll take the blow for collateral. They like to call us some animals. I know they mad that we crafted a manual. No, this ain't for we gon' hate this for soul. Tell them retreat cause they hate it too close. See casualty cause they can't leave with hope. Keep them reminded they try to let go.
Humans lie. Swords speak truth. Demons take many forms. I hunt them all the same.
Nanoleaf's rhythm feature takes your music listening experience to the next level. This feature lets your panels react to the sound around them and create a dynamic visual light show to the beat of your music. DJs around the world love it for live shows or virtual broadcasts because of the energy it brings to their sets. And at the music studio, artists use the rhythm feature to inspire their creations and help them get more into the music. But even at home, whether you're partying with friends or energizing your at-home workouts, the vibrant lights create the perfect atmosphere. Just tap the rhythm button on your Shapes controller or Canvas control square, or press the center of the rhythm module on light panels, and watch the rhythm reactions begin. There are thousands of rhythm scenes available in the Nanoleaf app, and dozens of rhythm motions available, so you can customize exactly how you want your panels to react to your music. Have you tried the rhythm feature yet?
Cut fast, cut strong. What happens next, I get to decide.
I said no, Seraphine.
Come on, it's like a diary. I'm in the music club. I love cats, interstellar travel, and I'm a star guardian.
diamonds lie.
Should we show them how we do it every day? No, I got it so deep, girl. You use the move. No, I got it, never running low. Yeah, I got more than enough for everybody. You know I got it like I'm blow your mind. Give me that shit, it's how it feels. You know I got it like all day, all the time. 这一路上的奇迹，记住了你的美丽，瞬间无比的耀眼。I know you want some more， 准备好就一起走 ，Giving it all。No, I got it so deep, girl. You look like I could use some more. No, I got it, never running low.
Nanoleaf's rhythm feature takes your music listening experience to the next level. This feature lets your panels react to the sound around them and create a dynamic visual light show to the beat of your music. DJs around the world love it for live shows or virtual broadcasts because of the energy it brings to their sets. And at the music studio, artists use the rhythm feature to inspire their creations and help them get more into the music. But even at home, whether you're partying with friends or energizing your at-home workouts, the vibrant lights create the perfect atmosphere. Just tap the rhythm button on your Shapes controller or Canvas control square, or press the center of the rhythm module on light panels, and watch the rhythm reactions begin. There are thousands of rhythm scenes available in the Nanoleaf app, and dozens of rhythm motions available, so you can customize exactly how you want your panels to react to your music. Have you tried the rhythm feature yet?
Cut fast, cut strong. What happens next, I get to decide. Scissors.
I said no, Seraphine.
Come on, it's like a diary. I'm in the music club. I love cats, interstellar travel, and I'm a Star Guardian.
swords speak truth. Demons take many forms. I hunt them all the same. No fate nor destiny. Only tomorrow. Humans lie. Swords speak truth. Demons take many forms. I hunt them all the same. Fate nor destiny. Only tomorrow.
Nanoleaf's rhythm feature takes your music listening experience to the next level. This feature lets your panels react to the sound around them and create a dynamic visual light show to the beat of your music. DJs around the world love it for live shows or virtual broadcasts because of the energy it brings to their sets. And at the music studio, artists use the rhythm feature to inspire their creations and help them get more into the music. But even at home, whether you're partying with friends or energizing your at-home workouts, the vibrant lights create the perfect atmosphere. Just tap the rhythm button on your Shapes controller or Canvas control square, or press the center of the rhythm module on light panels, and watch the rhythm reactions begin. There are thousands of rhythm scenes available in the Nanoleaf app, and dozens of rhythm motions available, so you can customize exactly how you want your panels to react to your music. Have you tried the rhythm feature yet?
Cut fast, cut strong. What happens next, I get to decide.
I said no, Seraphine.
Come on, it's like a diary. I'm in the music club. I love cats, interstellar travel, and I'm a star guardian.
lie. Swords speak truth. Demons take many forms. I hunt them all the same. No fate, nor destiny. Only tomorrow. Weapons lie. Swords speak truth. Demons take many forms. I hunt them all the same. No fate nor destiny. Only tomorrow.
Nanoleaf's rhythm feature takes your music listening experience to the next level. This feature lets your panels react to the sound around them and create a dynamic visual light show to the beat of your music. DJs around the world love it for live shows or virtual broadcasts because of the energy it brings to their sets. And at the music studio, artists use the rhythm feature to inspire their creations and help them get more into the music. But even at home, whether you're partying with friends or energizing your at-home workouts, the vibrant lights create the perfect atmosphere. Just tap the rhythm button on your Shapes controller or Canvas control square, or press the center of the rhythm module on light panels, and watch the rhythm reactions begin. There are thousands of rhythm scenes available in the Nanoleaf app, and dozens of rhythm motions available, so you can customize exactly how you want your panels to react to your music. Have you tried the rhythm feature yet?
Cut fast, cut strong. What happens next, I get to decide.
I said no, Seraphine.
Come on, it's like a diary. I'm in the music club. I love cats, interstellar travel, and I'm a Star Guardian.
Humans lie. Swords speak truth. Demons take many forms. I hunt them all the same. No fate, nor destiny. Only tomorrow.
Welcome back to the grand finals of the Yesports University League X League of Legends Wild Rift Southeast Asian region. And again, we're going to be shoutcasters for today, D&D, Dash and Datum, and let's go.
Yeah, let's go indeed. This is the final match of the day, folks. A culmination of so much work getting to this point. If you don't know what the Yesports University League is, let me tell you, it is one of the biggest tournament series in history that with students from all over the world competing for their way with ultimate glory. Over 300 universities and colleges, more than 4 geographical sectors will be taking part of such a celebratory event. Some of the most popular games will be, of course, League of Legends, Wild Rift, and League of Legends itself. And the finalists from each sector will be invited to compete in the finals, fighting against the top tier players and athletes around the world on the stage. There were a large number of students from various schools participating in this tournament, and the regions with the most participating schools are, of course, the Philippines and Hong Kong, Macau region, and students from around the globe, well, come and support your school's team.
Yeah, I'm really excited seeing how this is gonna go for the next one. Before we go into that, everyone, we're just gonna be like, we just want to take our sponsors, Safari Asia, Nine Swing, and Nanoleaf Hong Kong. Let me tell you about Safari Asia. It is a company engaged in the asset management business, providing custodian, brokerage services, as well as securities advisory services. It is a boutique financial group which offers bespoke investment and financial solutions for family offices, hedge funds, major controlling shareholders, and high net worth individuals, professional investors who require many prime brokerage portfolio management services globally.
And of course, Nine Swing, they're committed to catering to the needs of all gaming enthusiasts. A custom design that weighs perfectly between fashion and vitality. #drip. Coupled with the comfortable fit of a Japanese cut, Nine Swing allows you to flick a dash of high fashion sense on the golf green course.
And let me tell you about Nanoleaf Hong Kong. Nanoleaf is a technology company which brings the most innovative smart home solutions. Their products infuse design and technological intelligence and allows complete personalization. The Nanoleaf teams around the globe are made up of passionate, out-of-the-box problem solvers that strives to transform and reshape the way we experience our world.
And just in case everyone's forgotten what we have on the line, let's take a look at the prize pool once more. We already determined that the second runner-up earlier. It is Team Lucky Team, who had such a performance earlier, but we'll talk about that later. First team, the champion, is going to take home 8,000 Hong Kong dollars with 9 Swing Sports kits of 5 shirts, and also Nanoleaf mini triangles, smarter kits also for each of their players. And for the first runner-up, we got 5,000 Hong Kong dollars, a 9 Swing Sports kit as well, of course, and a Nanoleaf Essentials light strip. Each of their players are going to receive it. And that's what both of our teams right now are going to be competing for. Speaking of the third place matchup earlier, Dash, let's talk about that a little bit. Lucky Team versus 3x2 CM. Let's have a run through what happened earlier.
Yeah, what happened to the first game, especially and almost all of the games, it was just a difference with the drafts. Honestly, that's the only reason why they lost, because the way that the draft works for a Lucky Team is that they don't need to execute any big things. They don't need to execute any hard, inconvenient things for the whole team. It's just that individually, these champions are really strong. And it shows the individuality of Lucky Team as a team, and that's why they were able to micro themselves out of the win on a 3-0 note.
Yeah, and what really highlights the series for me is the game number 2 in particular, because that is the one where one would argue the most interesting composition came out from LKT, and they still won in such a convincing fashion, despite despite the theory crafting we had before the game about how they're going to struggle, this and that, and how it's a very, very risky comp. They still managed to pull it off, and that says something about just how good Lucky Team actually is. Speaking of just how good these teams are, we're down to the final 2 teams, and we're about to find out which team between QWQ and Adventure Phoenix going to take home the big sum of that game.
Yeah, let's take a look at how this team is going to pair up. QWQ and Adventure Phoenix, these teams, they have been here. Grand finals, HAPX. What's great about this team is that they almost failed their qualifiers, but they were still able to put themselves here onto the grand finals. And we have honestly, this team is very familiar to me because a good friend of mine just casted, and also me, I casted some of their games, and they are a really strong team.
Yeah.
Really looking forward to how they're going to be playing this, and also their future in the Wild Rift scene.
Yeah, they've been around. They've had a lot of experience. But let's not discount QWQ. They are no slouches themselves. So I'm really looking forward to this tournament. Throughout the entirety of this tournament, these have been the top performers, and them finally meeting at the top here. I can't wait to get this match started. So I just can't wait. Would you lay down some predictions for me, Dash? Which team, champion-wise, what would you expect to see between these two?
Honestly, for Adventure Phoenix, I'm really expecting a lot of aggressive play. But based on the champions so far, everybody's really looking forward to those champions that have been used in the latest SEA tournament that we had recently, that just finished recently, which is the ESL Snapdragon. Most of the champions that they're picking are almost from there. And because of the last patch, 3.4b, everybody is adjusted a bit in where they incorporate, for example, something like a Corki on their meta, but it's still almost the same.
Yeah, and we also saw earlier that no matter what the state of the meta is, or no matter what champions are at the tippy top of the tier lists right now, if you are good at a specific comp, you can pull it off. And that's even at the highest level of competition.
Not even a comp.
Yeah,
With a
exactly.
single champion, if you're good, you're gonna be good in this types of plays. And that's why we have seen a lot of success too from the teams a while ago.
Yeah, especially LKT team that is our second runner up, and mind you, Dash, that is our second runner up. So that's this two teams still trumps that third placer. So I'm really excited to see if they are going to show us those comfort picks, those unconventional picks, which is what I am the most excited for. You know what, Dash? You know what I'm really excited for? If someone plays Yasuo, please. Someone
Yeah.
plays Yasuo.
I don't believe Yasuo is gonna get picked anytime soon, because honestly, Yone is just a better, at this point, Yone is just a better Yasuo.
I mean, why not both?
Yeah, maybe, if ever they can go for it. And the combo Fate Seal to the last breath is also gonna be
Yes.
something to look forward to if ever that happens.
Yeah, and with how strong Yone is, you can pick him either on actually, I guess you could pick him in 3 different lanes if you are confident enough. I mean, of course, you got the jungle and both solo laners are available for the Yone, albeit a little bit risky on the mid lane. I think one can still pull it off. And here we come, the first bans on the board now. Zed, no surprise considering just how much impact Jaeger had in the last series.
Yeah, Gwen to the Zed, the Karma, very typical. I'm expecting a next would be probably a Jace. That's gonna be banned on both sides. Jace, you know what? Riot has been trying to nerf Jace as much as they could. But what happens is pro players really love
Find a
picking
way.
Jace, and it's always gonna be there.
Yeah, they find a way. Yone, though, out for the count this time around, so we won't be seeing the Yone shenanigans in the jungle. Lucian
Oh,
banned early as well. This might
that's
be
a Jace
something.
pick or a
that's-
Senna pick right
Yeah,
there.
that is true. Ashe banned out as well, so that really limits the utility sort of bot lane that goes with
Oh,
the
yeah.
Nasus, and immediately the Jace gets picked up for that solid Baron laner.
They banned the Lucian on the other side, on the side of 8APX, but I'm really surprised why they did that, because if they banned that, not expecting to pick the Jace, the Lucian is there. So I was expecting something different here for their second pick. Renekton is possible for QWQ, so they can pick that up too.
Yeah, they can do it for the third rotation. For the third champion pick, though. I doubt that it'll be second picked here or third picked here for the side of QWQ. There you have it, the Ziggs getting shown up here. Actually, you know what? I am gonna be really interested if they lock this Ziggs up, and because they're gonna be pairing it up with a Rakan. There you go. So it's a mix of poke and then engage, which is very, very interesting here, Dash.
Yeah, I hope that they would be able to. Look at this. With the champions that they do have, a lot of engages from the Rakan. And what I like about when a Rakan gets picked, Wukong always comes into mind. Because whenever you have a Cyclone, it's easier to counter the combo that the Rakan could do just by popping the Cyclone. It's gonna mess with the tempo or the timing of a Rakan.
Yeah, absolutely true. Especially with the perfect, or rather, if well, these players, they're very mechanically gifted. Perfectly timing that Cyclone against the engagement could prove to be very lethal here. So they have to possibly have a second option here to start these fights for QWQ. Meanwhile, that's the thing that I'm lacking for right now for 8 Adventure Phoenix is that they don't really have a full-on engage. I mean, sure, you could argue that Wukong and Gragas can do that, but if I'm taking a look at this at face value, Gragas and Wukong are more of a deterrence for that Rakan than they are for the engage.
Yeah, and with Infinite 8 APX, are banning the Morgana and even the Garen. Garen is always going to be a ban because Garen does have a lot. Garen is a dead lane, not even a dead lane. Garen is a guaranteed win lane. That's the reason why people have been banning Garen, because you can put him anywhere, mid lane, top lane. Even a Singe is also something that I am looking forward to, especially for the grand finals teams. Putting it in mid just gives a lot of value on utilities, especially.
Yeah, and speaking of cancellation prowess or denial ability, Singe can definitely be one of the most annoying to play against. Fiora, though, is a very solid pick here, although albeit wouldn't really be my first choice going up against a Jay. So there you have it. Sets a little bit more of that engaging / re-engaging capability, and the Kha'Zix to round up the damage ability here. So actually, all things considered, pretty rounded. It's a little bit of an unconventional bot lane here with the Rakan into a Ziggs combo, but they have damage, they have a fair bit of CC, they have engage.
Yeah. What I like about this, though, is that they went in for the Lux pick just for them to put it on the bot lane, and the Corki is going to be on mid against the Jace. So this is something that I'm not expecting, especially the Fiora getting picked to the side of 8 APX. Fiora hasn't been seen a lot in the top lane meta just because there's a lot of way better picks compared to her. She's only going to be picked on very skirmishy lineups on the top lane, but here against a Set would just pull back on the Fiora, and this is going to be an easy lane.
Yeah, in theory, but what if that Fiora is, well, like we saw, when did we saw a certain person named Raiden that only played one hero, one champion in particular? Yeah, unless it is a very comfortable pick for this specific player. Who knows? Anything could happen in that matchup. But there you have it, folks. Lineups are locked in and ready for both of our squads. It's the grand finals between QWQ and 8 Adventure Phoenix. Which of the squads do you like the composition better off, Dash?
Yeah, I'm really... what do you call this? I like the composition of QWQ more just because they have more wave clear, they have a safer matchup, but because of the insurance of the Corki, I can say that there's a big chance too. If ever this gets into the late game, I really lean towards 8 APX just because of the Corki.
Yeah, absolutely true. That's where actually was the sort of contestant point for me.
It's only ADC.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I do like 8 APXs a little bit better because of that insurance. With Ziggs, it's sort of like a hit and miss, right? It's sort of a hit or miss. I feel like it boils too much to the execution part because it's every bit of damage you have is a scale shot, and that's very, very hard to execute. Even if you say you're the best Ziggs player in the world, these are also the best players in the world to dodge your abilities. So just because of the fact that Corki is a quote-unquote safer pick, that's what I like the composition's off better.
The only way that they could win here for QWQ is that they need to make sure that their early game is really good. Because if their early game, if they lose the early game, what's great about the Ziggs is that Ziggs, even without any damage, Ziggs could stall the game for long. And that is going to be the reason why the Ziggs is such a good pick here in QWQ. But I forgot to point out, there's a bit of shenanigans on our jungler, so they're both level 1 still.
Yeah. Flash immediately forced out of Ayagil there, so that's a flashless Gragas already. Can't make the plays with the body slam any longer in should he want to do so. And that's an
Great
early rotate to the bot side here, Dash.
Honestly, I have great memories with Ayagil because Ayagil is such a good support, but here we're seeing a bit of a fight for both sides, but not going to be continuing anytime soon.
Yeah, Ayagil really has to be careful with his steps right before.
Ayagil or Ligaya. I just want to get, but yeah, continue your point, Ada.
Yeah, it's gonna be. He has to play very, very safely here. Of course, being the Gragas means that can't really be as proactive. Going up against this Ziggs is gonna mean that it's gonna be a poke fest. So Gragas is looking for something else across the board. Actually, a really interesting pathing here from the Kazakhs. He's just sort of trying to invade because Passion has been invading him, but I feel like he's losing out on a lot of these camps because there's so much more wave clear potential here for Kazakhs, but they're close in on Jet.
Yeah, I think they want to go for a fight here. They don't have any hold, don't have any damage. A really great advantage for QWQ. That's why they're still pressing forward. But 8APX, I like that they were able to take down the waves a while ago. And now this just slows down this Kazakhs by just a notch because he won't be able to get to level 5. But bot lane though, flash has been used. First blood, really easily called upon. They still do have some flashes for the Ziggs, and this is going to be the sacrifice. They got the blue, and they're going to steal it back.
However, on the top side, there was another kill happening. Sets picking up on that 1v1. So at the end of the day, it's 2-for-1 trade. QWQ put themselves ahead. Luckily for 8APX, it's timed just enough so that Rift Herald and Drake are still a ways apart from spawning. So yeah, good couple of kills. And both teams just going for another bout here.
Great start for the war. Cyclone has been used. Jackie is now half an HP. They still have one more Cyclone. Body Slam would be finishing this Kazakhs, and they're going to be backing away. Jackie doesn't have any flashes, so he might fall down. His grand challenge has been popped to the double kill and make that 3 down to the side of QWQ.
Great little punish from 8APX. Immediately, all of their team members were Johnny on the spot. Everyone who was able to respond did do so, and it's just great coordination from here on out. They even did not hesitate. Look at the flashes coming in from both of those players into the grand challenge. That's it. Actually 2 kills, 3 kills unanswered for APX.
Yeah, you see Ayagil. Ayagil, wherever you are, if you blink, he's probably on top already. But
yeah,
with what we've seen there, really great communication from 8APX. This is what a strong team is really made of. With how you communicate, how you move the chess pieces around. I think they really have a great shot caller here from 8APX's side.
Yeah, immediately calls upon to rotate down to the bottom side. Jace 1v1ing a Lux, and immediately Ayagil for the response. The top side 1v1.
This is gonna be normal though. Like the Fiora is just gonna be whittling down on this set, just trying to counter each other with the haymaker and the riposte. That's basically gonna be the battle here until we get into the objectives that we're gonna be having in a bit. And the Rift Herald and the Mountain Drake is gonna be up, but I like the fact that Passion is still really going for this invade, even if a while ago. Right now, I think the Kazakhs will be surprised again.
Yeah, and I think QWK, this is an underlying problem for them because remember, one of the key factors for them to secure this game is get that Kazakhs ahead, get the early game going. And right now, because of the presence of Passion and Ayagil, there's just no safety net. Topside gank though.
Yeah, Body Slam gonna be able to work it out. Showstopper to put the Gragas onto the tower, but still gonna be able to get the kill in the end, even with the Ignite ticking on Gragas' head.
1 HP and Ayagil still doesn't go down. This is turning into a nightmare for QWK. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's still very, very early in the game, but the momentum is just rolling for 8APX. Thankfully, they will be able to catch a breath of air to start off this Rift Herald. So Rift Herald is going to be for QWK priority, and 8APX, they're going to be happy with the Dragon take.
Yeah, kind of off with the timing there. Good call for both teams because a while ago, 8APX got a kill on the top side, and that's the reason why they backed away after. And good call to just go for this one. Almost taking the steal. I thought that is going to be one because of that Shock Blast.
Here we go, though, Dash. They're going in for possible engage.
Light Binding. 5 people are here. They still have the quickness onto their side. The package has been used just to force them out of the way. A lot of damage from the Mega Inferno Bomb, but they're not going to be continuing on that fight unless they want to go for more. The Passion left alone. Cyclone's going to get popped, but he gets popped right after.
Beautiful disengage right there from QWQ, immediately dismantling the front of 8APX. They were caught off guard by that Mega Inferno Bomb, but they were gearing up for a fight. And just because of that, swings the momentum a little bit back. Here come on the top side though. If he's gonna activate the Grand Duel, no, he won't. And actually, looks like he's gonna commit.
Off the timing with Grand Challenge, but still not gonna be enough for him to just back away from this battle. He wants a battle, he'll give him war.
1 kill on the board again for 8APX. So just like that, they put themselves 3 kills ahead, 2,000 gold lead and counting. And well, QWQ unable to use the Rift Herald for the moment to find that turret, which is really what the goal is with getting that first to Rift Herald to get a little bit more gold swinging your favor. But no, it's actually still 8APX with a little bit of a gold lead. And now they
Onyx
have
is
to.
down.
Here's the thing, Dash. QWQ, they're getting pressured to become proactive. But because they're constantly being invaded and because they constantly don't know where Aegil is at, they don't know what to do.
The only reason why that is possible is because they don't have any wards on the entrances of their jungle. That's why Passion is getting away with a lot of things. Because
Aegil-
nobody's looking at it, but the top side though, Aegil is
Aegil-
caught off guard. We see it right now. Look at that explosive cast already pop. They still have the Grand Entrance to use though, the Cyclone to the Flash just for them to save their teammate. Mega Inferno Bomb is not going to be making it easy for them to save, but still a 1-for-1. They're not going to be continuing it.
And at the end of the day, it's a support for a jungler. So I believe that's APK's win with the Showstopper.
Showstopper gets used. Grand Entrance not even able to move. And that's again another kill.
The kill this time for QWQ. So, or rather for. Actually, no, that wasn't a kill there, Dash. Nobody went down there. So it's 7.
It's Passion. Passion went down.
Oh, Passion went down. Okay. QWQ on the board. I'm sorry. Got a little bit confused there. But yeah, great job for QWQ finally punishing, or attempting to punish.
Oh,
Grand.
no. No Showstopper, right? No Showstopper. He used it a while ago just to get the kill onto Passion, but still not enough damage. Bramble Best is making his magic. Divine Thunder is helping him survive for a bit. The Grand Entrance, good dodge from Onups.
Yeah. Onups surviving that encounter. Great attempt onto 1v1, but 8APX, no matter how many kills a QWQ strike back with, they seem to be keeping it close. Look at that. QWQ.
Mega Inferno Bomb! No
goes
way!
Big, and it gets
It gets popped by the Mega Inferno Bomb. Wow, that's such a big amount of damage just because of the Luden's Echo. And now they got the tower in the mid lane, not even with the help of a Rift Herald.
Yeah.
That's a big win for QWQ.
However, it's a little bit late, right? I mean, it's already been a ways ago since 8APX have been able to get that mid and bottom and top turrets. But QWQ securing that mid is a lot more impactful than it is at face value.
Bigger, yeah.
Because it provides him with a lot more space. And now it might be gearing up for a second tower hit here, but Onups is just trying to keep them at bay, and everyone's rotating to the top side. Look at this proactivity from 8APX.
This is how you play it. This is how you play it. If you get the top and the bottom turret, just push them back so hard, just so that mid lane turret takedown is not going to be as significant right there on the significant Cyclone for Passion. Really getting it again, and they're going to be chasing down onto the backline to get it with the Showstopper. The Haymaker, so much damage, but still not going to be able to get any kill out of that. QWQ backing away, explosive cast to pull them back, and 8APX, oh no, they're being chased down, and this is QWQ just losing all the members. Last one for the ace, but they're not going to continue for more. They're just giving them, yeah, just go away. We don't need that last kill.
8APX, the team fighting prowess of this team is just on top. They are absolutely crazy with that fight. Nobody even fell down the entirety of that bout, and just amazing team fighting here for 8APX. I mean, it could have been a lot closer because of this specific play right there from the set, but after the fact, they just knew exactly how to play that, especially because of, again, the star player that we've been talking about, Aegil, another beautiful play right him into the stasis. And what can I say? It's just picture perfect for 8APX.
You know what? I'll call it right now. It's going to be a done deal right here for 8APX. Because with the way that this composition works, if they won't be able to get the early game, QWQ is on a big disadvantage. Remember, it's adjacent to Ziggs. They need skills for them to work. After the Mega Inferno Bomb, after the Haymaker, they won't have any damage compared to 8APX, who has a lot of DPS. So right now, they're losing on that factor. And also because Jackie went in for the Hull Breaker too, and he's going to clashes every time. So that's why the Hull Breaker loses its value.
Yeah, absolutely true. Speaking of Hull Breaker, it's not QWQ splitting up the map. It's 8APX. Look, they're starting up this Drake, and they're pushing down top as well. This is a double threat.
They're not attacking it.
Exactly, exactly.
Yeah, they're not attacking it. They're also getting the inhibitor turret on the top side. He's just going to be running away, and
worth it.
With that, they got it. And also, they are still fighting back. Ocean Drake, they're losing their space on the top side of the map. They're not taking it. This is a very smart play from 8APX, and QWQ are pressured. They don't know what to do about it.
Textbook play right here for 8APX. And look, the light binding connects.
Oh, he's dead. Great use of the light binding again. LA has been such a great factor on the side of ATPX.
And look at QWQ. This is textbook strat right here, and they can't do anything because of the pressure being applied on the top
Might
side.
be able to steal,
And
though.
Are they going to be able to steal here?
Try to steal, not gonna be able to. They got the dragon still. ATPX are just losing on the members right here on QWQ. They're losing all their firepower on them, and that's why QWQ just lost. And look at the Onups though, 2v1. He's still confident that he can go die the turret. Exhaust has been used, but they're gonna be backing away.
Nobody fell down either. ATPX, they've been so good, so consistent. It's a stronghold of attacks. They flash in, but to what amount?
Oh,
Will they get the kill
with
here?
this-
Yes, they will.
Yes! Wow, that's gonna be good. Rakan being chased down. Gargle enchant has been popped. Is this gonna be as over-aggressive Gragas? Great way to Ayakil to back away.
Yeah, let's take a look at that one more time. Nice attempt there from the Kazakhs, but they exactly knew what to do. Cyclone immediately just to deny that Kazakhs of anything into the kills. And again, Onups creating that space at every opportunity. Not he can. Again, look at the position right now of Onups. He's at the top side of the map, gearing up for another split push, potentially on the mid side or the bottom side. Or he could actually go for the 1v1, and Jackie can't do anything about it because take a look at the itemization. There's already 2 completed for Onups. Meanwhile, for Jace, it's the Hullbreaker, so potentially he can 1v1.
Honestly.
But Fiora just rotates to the bottom side. Onups is just they're out macroing QWQ.
Honestly, during patch 3.4, the first item Hullbreaker isn't such a great build anymore. Just because of the changes when it comes down to it, the skill level changes, and now the Cyclone being used, they're gonna be backing away. But live binding to the final spark is gonna be the end of the members
1
right
HP.
here. Ticking with the red buff. Yes, that's gonna be a kill, and they're gonna be continuing the onslaught onto the middle lane turret, and they're gonna be finishing this off. Set is gonna be going down, and 8APX is just rampaging throughout the game.
Astral was just in the back line of the enemy team. There he was like, what do I target? I don't know, but I'm gonna shoot every one of you in the face. And we're gonna win this team fight. Again, another perfect team fight for HAPX. Nobody fell down. It's just unanswered kills for unanswered kills, and QWQ, they're getting dismantled. Literally, because look at their base. It's falling apart here, Dash. Can they save it? Can Jackie save this game?
This is just so good. After they take this inhibitor on the bottom lane, this is a done deal. We said it a while ago, 10 minutes, 9-minute mark, we said that because they lost, they don't have any damage anymore to finish 8APX. Considering that there's a lot of bruisers and very tanky members too, they don't have DPS. They won't be able to answer them.
And I'm loving how they did that as well. I'm loving how they got themselves to this point, 8APX. It started off with a little bit of an invade on top of a lot of presence from Ayagil, and they did it over and over and with more intensity each time. That they got to this point that QWQ are just at loss for words. Like, how did we get to this point where we're so behind? How is our Kazakhs so weak compared to their Wukong? Well, let me tell you, because he didn't get nothing in his jungles. He didn't get an invade because he was always pushed inside his own jungle.
I'm really looking to who is the MVP of this game. I'm looking at Passion and Ayagil, just the two of them, just because they have been the ones making plays all around the map, just because of their sheer presence. But
true.
I can argue that Passion
Ayagil.
was the reason why Kha'Zix wasn't able to do anything. And I am looking forward to this bot lane. I think this is going to be a dead one, but it's very worth it because they're going to be taking the Baron.
Yeah, Onups going down. This is no big trade, no big deal
Yeah.
for them because they get this Baron for free, set this around the area, but I don't think he's
Want
going to be
to
able to
get
get
the
anything
kills,
instead Showstopper.
Yeah, Showstopper, gonna get used. Not gonna be able to answer with anything too. With a bonus and a Baron, I'll take that.
Yeah, we'll take that. They don't even have any inhibitor turrets anymore, so all they have to do is walk up from all these lanes. And it's already a threat for QWQ. And you mentioned it earlier, they don't have a lot of wave clear. So what are they gonna do if they get overwhelmed by these minions and they get full front engaged on by 8APX?
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Honestly, that's the only thing that they have. The only thing they have is wave clear, but they can't do hero clears because they don't have damage. Yeah, with what it's looking like, they're trying to get onto the back line, but 8APX is finishing the game. This is just looking really easy for 8APX right now, just because of how they played the whole game.
Methodic dismantling
Definitely.
of defense there for 8APX, and they did it in such convincing fashion. It was so methodical that it was kind of like a slow burn where QWQ didn't realize it was happening until it was too late. And you were thinking, Dash, if it was either Ayagil or Passion that was MVP. Well, there you have it on the screen. It's Passion.
Yeah. Passion really did so well in this game. He was able to get the pressure on the Kazakhs, won't let him snowball, and that's why. Actually, it was a two-front. Ayagil was
That is true. That is true.
Ayagil invaded Kazakhs. That's why Kazakhs wasn't able to get the red buff fast, and Passion was invading the blue buff. So that's a double dap. This is just the team's just good. That's what I want to say. The team's just so good.
Yeah, and the shot calling as well. There's just so many times where it felt so hopeless for QWQ
Exactly.
just because of how the 8APX approached that map. Really excited to see what type of shenanigans they're going to bring out next time. Because remember, guys, this is not at the end of the road yet. It's still a best-of-5 final. So QWQ, they can change their strats up still. I mean, I feel like the problem didn't really root out of the composition. It's just that they weren't as
It's a
proactive
good comp.
as... Yeah, I think they weren't as proactive as they could have been given their resources. So I feel like some better shot calling could have worked wonders here for QWQ.
Yeah, I think the first objective was the point in where they could have changed the tides in their favor. But again, that's just the first game, everyone. We're just going to be taking a short break. We're having your casters for today. My name is Dash, and I'm here with Zayden. See you guys in just a bit.
Nanoleaf's rhythm feature takes your music listening experience to the next level. This feature lets your panels react to the sound around them and create a dynamic visual light show to the beat of your music. DJs around the world love it for live shows or virtual broadcasts because of the energy it brings to their sets. And at the music studio, artists use the rhythm feature to inspire their creations and help them get more into the music. But even at home, whether you're partying with friends or energizing your at-home workouts, the vibrant lights create the perfect atmosphere. Just tap the rhythm button on your Shapes controller or Canvas control square, or press the center of the rhythm module on light panels, and watch the rhythm reactions begin. There are thousands of rhythm scenes available in the Nanoleaf app, and dozens of rhythm motions available, so you can customize exactly how you want your panels to react to your music. Have you tried the rhythm feature yet?
Welcome back, guys. You're still watching the Yesports University League X League of Legends Wild Rift Southeast Asia Region Grand Finals. And we're down to the second game of the best of 5 with 8 Adventure Phoenix with a methodic first game win.
8 Adventure Phoenix, really great play, really great showing, and I really love the way that they play around the map. And it looks like, I can say, I've said this to another team before, it looks like their playstyle just slowly, it's like a spider. That's how they do it. They slowly just get their webs out there until they get the whole map in their favor. That's why right there, 8 APX, really good showing. But I hope that QWQ still finds a way to turn things around.
Yeah, I feel like one of the things that really was lacking in their performance was their proactivity all across the map, right? I mean, there were shimmers of hope
They have a
that
Kha'Zix.
from time to time, and the thing about, yeah, exactly, I was about to point that out. The thing about having that type of composition where they don't really have a lot of DPS and they have a Kha'Zix on the jungle is they need that Kha'Zix. They need that Kha'Zix to be on point, and 8 Adventure Phoenix, they knew that. They just out proactive 8QWQ and they shut down the Kha'Zix before it became relevant.
How do you even shut down a Kha'Zix in the early game? What they did is a double attack on both sides of the map, and that's why they were able to get it pretty easily. I hope that they would be able to do that again, but as I said, I don't like a Kha'Zix. I don't like seeing a Kha'Zix in the composition just because of those things. He's very volatile. When he gets strong, he gets strong. When he doesn't get to the point in where he's going to be relevant, he's just going to be, what do you call that? An entitled minion.
Yeah, but the thing is, you can draft around a Kha'Zix pretty good, right? So
Yeah.
it's not really entirely dependent on a Kha'Zix, but yeah, I do understand your point. It's sort of like an unstable pick, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
He's
Lee Sin
got
is way better.
he's got strong points and weak points, but the thing is, he doesn't get to that strong point unless he's actually strong. If that
Yeah.
makes sense.
Yeah,
So,
I
that-
kind of
that-
get it.
that-
Yeah.
that's why I understand your frustration with Kha'Zix, but that's exactly why I love the Kha'Zix pick. He's like an all out
High
kind
risk,
of-
high reward. Yeah.
Exactly, all out. So, kind of like Sword of the Occult, right? Remember that item? I don't know why they removed that item.
Sword of
don't
the
know.
Occult? Is
Yeah.
that it? Yeah.
I don't even know why they
That's-
removed that item, but they still got
They still have Magi Soul
Magi
Stealer,
Soul
though, so-
Stealer. I can't build that on my Yasuo. So
Yeah, that's a good point. maybe in the future they would think they would bring that back. I don't know. They have been bringing back some items, but so far
maybe they'll
Caesar Rod Portal.
Maybe we'll see it in Wild
Yeah.
Rift.
Caesar Rod Portal. Please bring it back in Wild Rift. I don't know if it would be good, but Caesar Rod Portal has been the most fun I had in the game.
Me too. Not just playing it, but also watching other people play.
Watching
as Caesar Rod.
streamers
Shout
play.
out to my boy Trick 2G.
Definitely. That's why it was so fun back in the day. But here, right now in the game, we have seen the bans Gwen and Zed, very classic. I just hope that we can see a Yone at least after getting this bans.
This time a flip of sides, QWQ on the red
Oh,
side
never
and
mind.
8 Adventure Phoenix on the blue side. So 8 APX are going to have the luxury of first pick and first ban this time. Yone and Karma both out for the count, and actually
Ooh,
Olaf
I
getting
like
taken out as well. So I wonder what 8 APX has geared up for the jungle here.
You know what? I'm really scared whenever an Olaf comes to play. It's just because the Olaf is basically like a Kha'Zix, but it's way easier to pull off the early game because he has massive wave clear. So that's what I like about the Olaf. But first pick Lucian on 8 APX.
Wow.
Wow.
That's okay. That's a very
They're giving the Jace
interesting
again.
here. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's true. But well, if the last game was of any evidence,
It
they
wasn't a problem.
yeah, they don't seem to have any trouble dealing with that Jace and with a Fiora of all things as well. So Morgana into
Really?
Dilution, very very unconventional, very interesting bottom side here.
Morgana.
Oh, Morgana jungle. Yeah, Morgana
Yeah.
jungle.
Morgana
Oh my
jungle is
gosh.
gonna be good. That's the reason why they picked Illusion. Now I kind of understand why they went for it. Because at least the Morgana would have an easier time going for the jungle, just farm herself up until she is going to be able to go for ganks. But the Illusion and Nautilus will be the ones who is going to be putting pressure around the map. And that's what I like about this picks from 8APX.
Yeah, that's a lot of early game presence, a lot of early game damage between
Even Van
these
Lee
two. So yeah, early game here for the bottom
Say.
side, looking very very aggressive for the side of 8APX. So the Lux going up against it is actually a very very good response. So sort of even it out and get the poke going. They could go for a Nasus here on the bottom side just for the parity with the Lux, unless it gets banned away by 8APX.
If they can go for the Gragas for support here, would be better. Because the Nautilus after the judge line, look at the bans though. They banned the Lee Sin, they banned the Kha'Zix because they don't want the Morgana to get bullied on her own jungle. But it's okay. It's a good measure. If ever this Lucian is not going to be the bot lane pick, they can still go for a Ziggs against the Lux. Because this Lucian could still go on par against the Chase.
Yeah, very, very
There you
powerful.
go.
And
That's
there you
good.
have it. Varus getting secured here for 8APX. Lucian going in the mid lane. Wukong at the Baron lane. A very, very different look for 8APX compared to the last game. But I have to say, all across the board, still a very, very well-rounded comp.
Xin Zhao is forced to play the Xin Zhao, but I don't know if that's a coincidence, but the Xin Zhao is so good in this composition. Just because they have 3 ranged champions on the side of 8APX, it wouldn't be easy to take down the Xin Zhao. And they don't have a lot of melee damage because they have the Baron lane as a Wukong. So, okay, great reaction from QWQ. I hope that they would be able to pull this off.
Yeah, exactly. Lots of tankiness as well on their side. So this Lucian's work is cut out for him. He's got to find relevance early on so that he can get ahead. And well, it's a pretty good start here for QWQ. Contrary, well, actually pretty similar to the last game. So again, I would expect them this time to have a little bit better of a reaction to what 8APX did earlier. Maybe they'll go for it themselves this time around, specifically target the Morgana and do the same thing that happened to them in that last round, which is basically just funnel resources away from that Morgana.
You know what? I would have loved a Senna on QWQ's composition because they have a lot of melee champions.
That's true.
And the Senna would be helping out in getting long drag on fights because she would be just be healing everyone. Could have been great, but it's also a good measure to go for Lux just because they don't have Ranger.
Yeah, that is absolutely true. And yeah, all things considered, I'm really liking the odds for QWQ this time around. They have a lot of disengage potential, a lot of damage, albeit not as much of team fighting prowess as I would like, but if they're not going for that anyway, all good.
Yeah. What I like about this though is that QWQ is just needs to do the same thing, like what I said a while ago. It needs to get the early game. If they won't be able to, yes, they have the damage from the Garen and the Xin Zhao. It's much more bearable compared to what happened a while ago due to their composition.
They can deny so much as well for 8APX the moment that, for example, the Morgana ult gets committed. You can use Crescent Guard, they can use Explosive Gas to immediately make that Morg ult useless. So yeah, a lot of options available for QWQ to stall and buy as much time as possible and then strike when they specifically want to. But for the moment, it seems like they almost caught Ayagil on that front.
Yeah. With this though, it's gonna be a lane that I was not expecting, especially for Onups on the top lane. Garen is just an easy lane here. Just because Garen could just bully out this Wukong. I was not really sure why Onups went for the Wukong pick here, just for them to have a CC on their composition. Because if this was a Fiora, at least if Fiora could battle against this, but there you go, the flash of the Dark
has
Binding.
connected into the damage of on. Look at that follow through, but the flash is enough for him
Nice
to
ignite.
keep Zigzag alive. But for now, he does go down. 2-for-1 trade so far, but the Lucian starting to deal the damage. Look at the rotate from the bottom side squad here.
They can turn
They're
this
now
around.
getting pincered by
Oh!
3 people. Body slam into the back line, but look at the flash away into the dash. And it seems like for now, they will be struggling to stay alive. The barrier can be used this time.
Dredge
W
line?
is up.
Wow.
Dredge line to stay alive, and they're looking back for more here. Astral with a beautiful performance.
This is what I'm telling you. Ayagil was able to bait them out. This player is has such great timing, has such great ways of moving around the map. Got them the 2-4-2 on a trade that they should have lost.
Yeah. Beautiful job as well with the dredge line, buying himself so much time and staying alive with after everything that's happened. It seems like he had no business in surviving that encounter. But let's take a look at this one more time. The rotate from Lucian and Ayagil all the way down from the bottom side into a 2v3 pincer, and they surviving off of that is just amazing from 8APX here.
Great movements all around. And from
Yeah.
what we've seen from these highlights is that
Ball.
he tried to bait it
Wow.
out. When he was close to the tower, dredge line, hold him out, won't be able to survive that. And now, at least with what we're having before the 5-minute mark, everybody's on equal ground still. Not even big advantages just yet, but oh, look at that.
Perfect timing on the dark shield there. Black shield, rather. But we'll be
Yeah.
surviving off of that encounter. You know what? When was the last time you saw an invading Morgana? I'm not.
I'm really surprised that Passion is... I'm really surprised, dude, that the Morgana is not just farming it out, but because she can get away with it. Just because of the fact that she has a lot of weight clear.
Absolutely true. Morgana, underrated in the jungle. Heard it here first, folks. And 8APX, despite an equal footing start, look at them. They're already having 600 gold lead, working their way up further. And surprise, surprise, Onups is not losing lane to this Garen. I mean, Onup things, Dash.
Yeah. Onos is just great at making this lane in neutral. Even if it's supposedly a losing lane. Even a while ago, the Fiora versus Seth matchup could have been hard. But because Onu found a way to get his champion on a better grounds, that was when we saw the confidence coming from him. So he's doing the same thing here. But top side, I think they're gonna fight.
Passion already here. The dark
No
binding
mana.
is not used as of yet. There is the black shield, and there goes the ult. That's gonna be the Crescent Guard just to deny. That's exactly what I was talking about. Start of the game.
mana.
Crescent Guard against Morgana.
It's just sad that he didn't have any mana for Onu. It's gonna be a kill. They were able to get the dark binding a while ago.
That is true. Could have, but at the moment, unable to execute for 8APX. So, yeah, there you have it. 16.2k gold. Those are still 1,000 gold. Where is the gold lead coming from? I'm not entirely sure, but I think it's because Passion has been slowly trying to
think
tread
it's Ayagil.
into that enemy jungle line, but I'm at a complete loss. Ayagil has been creating that space, so that could just be it. But all things considered, they don't really have a lot of kills anyway.
Hullbreaker first item again for QWQ.
Oh, no.
But the timing of the Hullbreaker first item, even with, I think Hullbreaker has great stats by in itself. And it just skyrockets after you go on a 1v1. But when it comes to objectives, this would not be good. Explosive cast! Oh, stasis! What?
Ayagil, and that's the Crescent Guard, making sure that he will
Survive.
not
Never
survive.
mind.
The dredge line just to buy himself a bit of time, but that's an easy pick for QWQ.
Great explosive cast from Gragas. That didn't happen. Would have been really hard for them. What's hard about the Morgana pick here is that won't have a really great contest value compared to Xin for example, but it's just gonna be easy for them to take down the Surf Herald.
Yeah, that is true. You can look for a fight as well into this Drake. If they
They're gonna
make it
try.
in time, can go for the steal, but nah, a little bit off time there on the arrow from LA. But they are looking to find something else out of this bot side position. Look at just how deep Passion
the
is. He
confidence.
wants to find a dark binding, or at least a blue buff for his troubles. Topside 1v1, and the Shelly's just not gonna give Garen any value here with his Hull Breaker, because even though he has it, still gonna lose the lane. But here we go. Last spark, final spark. Not gonna be able to find anything, but they do get the shutdown onto Ayagil. But that's two
Get the tower.
possible turrets for APX.
Yeah, they can't get the tower, and even at the top side, Hullbreaker is really having a hard time for Onups, but at least he's holding his ground on a Hullbreaker Garen. But they want to take down the mid lane turret. 8APX is going to be forced to react.
Absolutely. Have to rotate to this mid lane, and there you have it, QWQ. They should be
got it.
getting this turret, but 8APX, they can look for a fight.
Cyclone?
Onto 3, onto the culling, and that's the Black Shield onto that Lucian. And now, Crescent Guard has been active. They have to get up close and
What?
personal, and finally they do. And that's 2 members down for the members of QWQ to double kill for the Lucian, and 8APX walk off without a single member going down.
8APX can just take the towers on the top side just because of that one kill. They have the opportunity here. They need to take it.
Yeah, they could rotate to the bottom side as well. And great response there. I mean, Astral up close and personal, not afraid to get his hands
Teleport?
dirty. Yeah, they could be a
They
Shenshin
bought
TP.
teleport.
Could be a Shenshin TP right here, but he still survive. Really good decision making there. But let's take a look at this one more time. Look at how close that Lucian is just to deal that damage because of the Crescent Guard, and no hesitation from 8APX because they knew that they had better positioning, and team fighting prowess still looking on point here for them.
Great use of the teleport. I thought that was not a good teleport, but because of that teleport, the top lane tower still survives, and 8APX hasn't been able to take down any towers from QWQ. This would just balloon the advantage, the space that this mid lane turret being taken down to the side of QWQ.
Absolutely, so much map control for the moment. So you can see now that the 8APX, what that means for them, they're actually pivoting away from that mid lane, and actually very limiting options for Ayagil here, because he doesn't have that luxury of going towards mid, going towards that top lane, and it's further going to isolate this 1v1 on the top side. And what that means is, because there's a Hull Breaker on either Jace or Garen, it's gonna feel very suffocating for Onups, which means that 8APX looking for something elsewhere. Here comes the bottom side gank into that 4-man jump into his face, and that's the Garen going down. They're looking for more here. That's they're gonna back off for now. 8APX happy with that 1 kill, unless the Xin Zhao connects. No, he doesn't. And there you go, 1 kill, no answer, and a turret for 8APX as well.
Yeah, 4K gold lead still for 8APX, even though they lost a lot. And now the top lane tower is going to be on their eyes, especially Onups. But is he going to be able to take that down, though?
That is a question. It's a Hull Breaker Jace. It's
He's the
a
Cyclone.
very... Oh, must have been a misclick.
No, he used it a while ago. to
He
back
did
away.
use it on the rack, on the 1v1 between the Jace. So yeah, Onups, this game has been kept on the leash, but he's getting dove by 2 different people. Does have the flash, but no Cyclone anymore. He'll be surviving, but he might just have the recall. So potential top lane turret there, unless 8APX they want to go for the fight here on the top side.
They can, and they will be taking that. Look at the build of LA. This is a Nashor suit to the AP Varus, because there's a lot of tanky members from QWQ. 1 piercing arrow, and that HP is going to be taken down.
Absolutely. Have to wait and see how they're going to play this Rift Herald take, because look at the amount of space being bought by QWQ here with the Hull Breakers. However, when it comes to the Rift Herald team fight, I'm not sure how well the Hull Breakers are going to fare off,
Definitely,
especially
yeah.
because there's 2 of them. So 8APX, they can look for a fight here potentially.
They can take care.
The dash in for the Lucian, but it's a fight on 2 fronts. So they're looking for a 3v4 here, but the
Backline.
Hullbreaker really making it
Oh,
work
no!
for them. That's the first
Xin Zhao's
kill on the
down.
board. Xin Zhao's down. They don't have the rest of the smites anymore. Unstoppable goes the Lucian, and there goes the culling just for the secure.
No
Double
way.
kill for the Lucian, and Astral is going massive. And now they're starting off the Rift Herald with barely any contest.
I'm not really sure why, but QWQ, with their composition, if you're building a Hull Breaker, make use of it on the side lanes. Even if you don't get the Rift Herald, maybe the next objective you can take it. And that's the reason
That's
why
true.
they don't find any value on these big fights, because they have the HP, yes, they have a bit of damage from the Hull Breaker, but it's not going to be enough because it's not a 1v1.
Yeah, it's a little bit scattered for QWQ. The buy is just not cooperating with the way they play the game. And now it seems like they're going to be caught red-handed here. ATPX is running straight into them. Cyclone
for a
is
steal?
available. Here comes the
Oh,
dredge line, but the steal
okay.
is not available. QWQ secured the return
Jackals.
pick, but ATPX is going in. Everyone from QWQ, low health, red health for every single one of them. And it seems like it's going to be the ace. ATPX.
No way.
5 for 1.
They lost that. This is the reason why I don't like getting the Hull Breaker at the
Hullbreaker.
first item. Third item could have been good. But first item, man, it's really hard to play around it. And that's why 8APX just knows. Let's build Divine Sunder. That Hull Breaker is just going to be shredded to the ground. And that's exactly what Onus is. Onus is just going to get the Cyclone. Their tower in the bottom is going to fall down. It's going to be easy for 8APX to move around the map.
And it could have been forgivable if they just got that 100 Hullbreaker hold. That thought Explosive Cask immediately triggering the ult from Nautilus, slowing down everyone to buy enough time for the fight before it commences. But here we go. ATPX are running for the hills. QWQ in a bit of trouble. It's 4 members down here, 1 member up in the mid lane. It seems like he will be making his way
Ooh,
through
good turn.
down here, and that's the triple kill for LA.
Great turn again for 8APX. They were able to win. QWQ tried their best to get something out of that clash, but no, they were just punished by 8APX again.
Yeah, ATPX are looking for another push down in the mid side, and the lurk dash out of a seemingly just a 4-minute, 3-minute window. ATPX has made a 10,000 gold lead out of seemingly nothing, and I feel like it's mostly because it's at that point where everyone's starting to have team fights, and the 2 hull breakers are just a headache here for QWQ. What do they do at this point? Maybe they could
That's
split
the
up the map
problem.
a little bit more, but at that point, well,
Tatum,
QWQ
this
is-
was meta patches ago. That was the meta, but they're going for a fight
for
again.
a fight. Crescent guard here on the mid side. They're doing a better start here for them, but 8APX are turning right back, and look at the damage from the piercing arrow, and look at the calling as well. 5 members alive and kicking, and that's a rampaging LA.
Oh man, Tatum, I'm so sorry, but they're building hull breakers, but they're still going for fights. That's
Exactly.
the
It doesn't
problem.
make sense. It
If
doesn't make
they didn't go for fights, if they just let the Jace and the Garen go for wave clears on the other side, their composition isn't built for this. Because they built Hullbreaker, the composition should be leaning towards how to make use of Garen and Jace on a 1v1. Because honestly, on a 1v1, the Wukong and the Lucian wouldn't hold the
do
candle
anything.
against
Exactly.
them.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But it's just not agreeing. It's not making sense for both of them. But here we go. They finally send Garen up front, down towards the bottom side, only to be caught
Oh.
off guard here. 2 ults used up already. Force away some flash, and that's the dredge line barely missing. But it doesn't matter. They're just going in for the chase. The slow is enough. The
It's
dredge
piercing
charge
arrow.
is just so quick. The arrow is so painful. But now they have to back off. Turn around. It's coming in. This could be another
Here's the
big
team.
fight here. And the
Oh,
flash
wow.
in for the dark binding into the Morgana ult, and immediately HAPX they turn things around, and this is where QWQ start to falter. The flash in into the arrows at the dredge line, and the
That damage.
execute. Beautiful stuff here from HAPX.
He exploded just because of that one piercing arrow, and now that's a 3-0. Again, 8 EPX, everything. The stars aligned again in their favor, and that's why they're gonna be able to get this win pretty easy.
Oh my gosh, Crescent Guard is not gonna help you out, buddy. That's the Mash and Justice, but it'll only get 1 at the cost of your base. This could be the game for HAPX if they can't hold the line, and they won't. HAPX 2-0 in the grand finals.
Great win again for 8 APX. They're just playing their line. They're just moving towards it, and they're not curving. They're not getting away. Diagonal, vertical, just move straight. And that's how they went in and win the game. That is just such a, what can I say? They played their win conditions. They are able to make it again. The problem is that this build that they're going for, the
Yeah.
itemization is a big problem.
Yeah, I feel like QWQ, their biggest enemies in this series is themselves,
Yeah,
because
definitely.
there's just a disconnect between their playstyle and what they hope to achieve, and this has been a recurring problem. This is also what we saw in the last game, but it's more amplified in game number 2. They really have to work out their mid-game calls, and that's because that's really been the root of their problems. They're themselves, not the opposition.
Yeah, they should be playing. I can see a while ago, Garen is winning a 1v1 against the Wukong every
true.
time. The Lucian Jace matchup, they always are gonna be winning towards the Jace, but they always contest on things that they shouldn't be contesting. For example, the referrals. Yes, we can argue that it's gonna be important because it's an objective, but because you itemize like that, you shouldn't be taking down those fights.
Yeah, absolutely. But that's the second game of the day. Do we have further games, or is the next game going to be the last? We'll find out if QWQ is finally going to adjust the way they play to 8 Adventure Phoenix's standard. But until then, D&D here will just be having a quick break. Stay tuned, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with the grand finals.
Should we show them how we do it every day? No, I got it, so here you go. No, I got it, never running low. Yeah, I got it more than nothing. You know I got it like I'm gonna go. You know I got
Nanoleaf's rhythm feature takes your music listening experience to the next level. This feature lets your panels react to the sound around them and create a dynamic visual light show to the beat of your music. DJs around the world love it for live shows or virtual broadcasts because of the energy it brings to their sets. And at the music studio, artists use the rhythm feature to inspire their creations and help them get more into the music. But even at home, whether you're partying with friends or energizing your at-home workouts, the vibrant lights create the perfect atmosphere. Just tap the rhythm button on your Shapes controller or Canvas control square, or press the center of the rhythm module on light panels, and watch the rhythm reactions begin. There are thousands of rhythm scenes available in the Nanoleaf app, and dozens of rhythm motions available, so you can customize exactly how you want your panels to react to your music. Have you tried the rhythm feature yet?
And we're back, everybody, right here, right now. We're on game 3, and it was a 2-0. 8APX has the advantage on the Yesports University League X League of Legends Wild Rift Southeast Asia. Tatum, or should I say first, my name is Dash, and I'm here with Tatum.
Yeah, this is potentially the last game of this entire tournament, Dash and 8APX. They have been on a roll, but mostly it's just QWQ. They're just 8APX is just waiting for the QWQ to make a mistake, and they're just right there to pounce the moment that they do. And well, I'm sorry, I'm a bit. It's suffice to say, QWQ, they have been falling for it. I mean,
Yeah.
that game number 2 is just evidence of their biggest weakness is just that they. It seems like they are unable to make the right calls during the mid to early game, and
They draft well.
yeah, they draft well, they play well, they're very mechanically gifted. They just seemingly are unable to do the right thing to do at the right time. So I feel like they just have to figure the shot calling out and they have to figure out what to do during the game, and they're good to go.
Honestly, itemization is pretty important and what you do towards that itemization, and that's one of the problems that I see for this team. They are good. They're so good at what they do, except that 8APX just runs through their win conditions like a breeze.
Yeah, and it's mostly because, for one, they don't make the same mistakes as QWQ does, and number 2, they're so good at punishing QWQ when they don't do what they're supposed to do. And
Yeah, definitely.
we saw it earlier as well. Onups, we keep, for 2 games in a row, Dash, we keep saying how bad of a matchup it constantly is for Onups, but when have we seen him falling behind? Not a single time.
Yeah, definitely. And I really like the fact that Onups is really strong. Even on a matchup that he usually supposedly isn't gonna win, he always finds ways to win there. And again, everyone, we're just gonna be going to the pick and ban phase of our game.
Yeah. Here we go. We're ready with the champ select screen between our 2 squads. Guys, it's still QWQ versus 8 Adventure Phoenix for our grand finals here. And do hold for a sec, guys. We are just gonna be showing the
Putting it up in just a bit. Yeah,
Just
but
a sec,
again,
yeah.
Tatum, what do you think are gonna be banned for this matchup right now against both of these teams?
I mean, we've seen a couple of staple bans already. It's the Zed on top of the Yone, and the Gwen hasn't seen action because it's constantly off the table here. Would love to see a Gwen pop off on either side here. So there you have it. First ban on the board. It is, well, Zed and Gwen. So potentially a Yone, which we did see earlier as well. Jace is off the board. So yeah, they really have to work out how to counter on Ups here on this top lane. Maybe they could go for something else entirely compared to a Jace or Renekton. Maybe they could go for something that is less skirmishy, less 1v1y, and more of a team player, like essentially a Shen. But I'm not really a big fan of a Shen, but as long as anything that can keep a lane neutral would be good against Onups, I believe.
Yeah, Onups is just. I think it's hard. If ever they find a neutral laner against Onups is just too good in the solo lane. What they need there is someone that is always going to be winning the lane, because Onups could just make it neutral. Neutral is better if you're fighting against Onups, so at least you can fight them on the bigger objectives.
I guess that's true. Lucian getting banned away though. Yone out for the count as well. It seems like this time around UWQ do not want to see that Lucian from Astral once more. So that really opens up some possibilities here on the flip side. They actually, you know what, Dash? I'm a little bit surprised that we haven't seen any Kassadins today, despite not a lot of
Senna's
bad
too.
priority. Yeah.
Yeah, I was expecting a Senna from both of them, especially QWQ with the composition that they're putting through, because at least Senna would have DPS compared to other champions that they've been putting out. Lux is good, yes, but if they have 2 DPS or rather 2 wave clears already, would be enough though, so that the Senna could just come through.
Yeah, so Karma receiving priority this time around, so it's a really
this
good
is good.
pickup here for QWQ starting off in a high note. Let's see what the response is going to be for 8 APX. But you know what, Dash? I feel like no matter what composition 8 APX rocks, they're going to rock it because they've been doing
Yeah.
so well.
There's the Gragas again, faking out by the 8 APX squad together with the Corki. That's a lot of damage already for the Corki, so they just need to put out some. Ooh, okay. Olaf is great. I'm really afraid that whenever an Olaf comes out, because a team who can play around the Olaf pretty well, especially that they have the Karma right now in the composition, this would be pretty hard to play against.
Oh, they picked up the Fiora just to deny it from Onups this time around. It's actually, I wonder what's the response is going to be here for Onups. Onups, of course, there's a lot available still on the top side, with Jace being out. Renekton is still available. You can go for a Camille as well as sort of a classic matchup against this Fiora. And it also plays pretty well against the Olaf, right? I mean, the only thing that can stop a Ragnarocking Olaf is that Camille on the ult. So that is a very viable option here. But the Gragas is it something else entirely here.
Yeah, a Graves. Wow.
Sorry, Graves. Yeah.
I haven't seen a Graves since patches ago, man. I haven't seen Graves since patches ago. But now with the Graves being introduced onto the composition, that just gave them more flexibility as a team here for 8 APX. Because the Graves, yes, could go to the jungle, could fight against an Olaf, which is nice. So yeah, I think they're looking forward to make the Graves as strong as he can get.
Yeah, and especially in the hands of Passion, it's certainly no slouch. So round out of the competitions from both sides are lacking a bottom lane here for TWQ as of the moment. They could go for the Ziggs again, but there's also a lot of available options for the ADC side of things. They can still go for a lot of late game insurances. Kai'Sa Vayne still up for grabs. A lot of safety on those as well. Kali being banned away, and they're just really thinning out the options here for Onups at this point. But I think still a lot of options available, all things considered. So the first pick here is going to be for the mid laner. Onups for the last, and it's Astral's Ari. Finally gonna see it.
Ari, Corki, Gragas, that's a lot of damage. I hope that they would be picking someone to wrap these things up. They don't have someone that could help both of these champions to go for CCs. The body slam, yes, is there, but it wouldn't be enough to hold them through. So the Riven is a good answer. That is a really great answer for the team here. But on the other hand, QWQ, I like the Veigar pick, because the Veigar does have a lot of damage. The only thing I'm losing for QWQ is that they don't have any wave.
Yeah, actually, I really like the Veigar pick here because it denies a lot of playmaking potential, especially because
That's
they
4
rounded up
dashes.
their comp against against the Riven.
5, sorry.
Everyone's got dashes here, but
would be
the thing
hard.
is they've got
Wow.
so much playmaking potential here on just Ari and Riven, and I feel like just that single ability is going to permit them of so much here. So I really like this comp. So this might be it, Dash. This might be the game where QWQ turns it around. Guys, remember, tournament life is on the line here for QWQ. The grand prize is on the line. 0-2. Can they make the comeback? That is the question we're about to answer. But Dash, let me ask you this. Potentially for the last time, which comp do you like better?
I definitely could say that this is again a QWQ composition. But what can I say about composition? Since a while ago during this whole tournament, the better composition always loses. So I don't know if that's a trend, but I think 8APX with the momentum that they have on a best of 5, they could still win this.
I have to say, I do like the composition of QWQ a little bit better as well. Just off of the Veigar pick, it's already looking pretty good. And to me, they don't. HAPX didn't find an answer to that Olaf. I mean, sure, Graves can fight against that, but they don't really have a counter to just how that Olaf picks. I mean, works with the Ragnarok. Jarvan, Camille come to mind. So not having that, I feel like, is a bit of a risky move here for HAPX, but you know, they like taking these risks. Well, HAPX, they actually thrive on these risks, and it usually starts with Ayagil's proactivity here, roaming towards the bottom side.
I like that QWQ isn't really going for those skill matchup, but every time that they pull out something, 8APX is gonna go for a skill matchup. This is the fight that we're gonna go for. For example, the Riven, every one of this is a skill matchup, and they're fighting against very safe laners on the side of QWQ.
Yeah, this is what I've been talking about. These top tier teams, they play their composition, not the opposite, not the composition of your opponents, and that's HAPX. It's comfort written across the board here, and they do it very, very convincingly so. Mid side, a lot of priority being drawn to it by both fronts, but actually, it seems like Ayagil is struggling to find as much presence for the moment. I mean, it is pretty early to say, and it's also because Alistar is roaming just as easily, just as well as he is. So yeah, both teams, gentlemen's agreement so far, apart from the top side.
Oh, timing.
Timing, perfect.
We're timing for the broken wings. Great knockoff though. He doesn't have any skills, but on the next cooldown, they will be able to get it. The body is left in a charm. Almost getting them that first blood. It's just unfortunate that they weren't able to, but at least they were able to burn some flashes.
That looks so pretty from this angle.
Yeah.
On the bottom side though, 1v1 that.
LA, what? He's fighting it out without any mana. Doesn't have the care in the world, and even the body slam is not available for Ayagil. They're still going for it. Broken wings, good timing for the riposte again. Barrier has been popped. He still has a barrier for himself. Onups is just holding onto it.
Yeah. Nice little advantage there picked up by Onups, the playmaker, the win laner himself, or lane
Wave crashing though. Wow.
That's true. This is as bad as it can get for the Fiora. And again, seems like this lane's done.
Yeah. Onups again on a skill matchup. You shouldn't be fighting against him on a skill matchup because he's just going to be chasing you down. Look at this. The reaction. No flash for this Olaf, and that's going to be the first blood.
And it's first to Onups as well, of course. It cannot get rough for the Fiora here. 3 minutes in, and the lane seemingly is over already. And well, because of that, okay.
Boom!
Flash into the... Can't survive that.
Great timing. And again, an ignite to the flash just for him to get the kill there. Astral just losing the lane just because of that one fight. Again, still pretty good timing, but 8APX still has the advantage with the gold.
Yeah, and of course, Onups, big pickups once he recalls. So close to completing that first item. They might be looking for a fight here.
He went in. I think that's not the good decision. He doesn't have any flash though. Exhaust has been burned too. That is a questionable combo.
Yeah, a little bit early of a call to fight there for QWQ, but
Yeah.
they're getting go.
I think this is going to be a dead Fiora too. That's a good timing. Grand Challenge has been used, but at least he was able to get one kill out of it.
Yeah, they were able to trade that, find one kill back, but Onups not going down there means that this is certainly a done lane for now. They might potentially get the turret as well for free. And HAPX, they're gonna snowball off of this. You know it. Take a look at that mid fight one more time. And the flash into the ults. Yeah, a little bit too late on the response there for Astro. But despite losing that for Puffle, HQWQ, they still will not thought that.
Yeah, they are going to go for a fight again though, but not going to be continuing anytime soon. So they're waiting for the objective to come out, so they're not really taking any risk. Look at this top lane. They're taking some of risk of their own. Riposte has been used, still has the barrier, was able to flash away.
Yeah, able to flash away, surviving for
Oh,
now.
bot
Shutdown
lane.
gold denied ults just for a little bit of safety, but here comes the Veigar dash.
Yeah, they are. He's here. Event Horizon is up. Flash is going to get used, but he has Primordial Burst. I think this is a dead
Wow.
rhythm. Yes, it is a dead rhythm.
Yeah, Nice riposte response there. 3v1 on the bottom side, and QWQ looking for the
Ragnarok.
triple.
Oh no, he misses undertow. Could have been a kill, and that's gonna be
No.
the punish. Good timing too, because they have the objective on their eyes.
Yeah, Rift Herald essentially is the priority here for Passion and the gang, knowing as they have secured a lot of that top lane presence. And it seems like Fiora wants to contest this time. Are they going to go for another awkward fight here? QWQ, it seems like they're gearing up for one here.
Gonna go for a fight. They're gonna be able to get the advantage right here, right now. Onto the top side of the map. They're gonna be taking the Rift Herald. 8APX still has the momentum on their eyes. And it's a 0-3 Olaf. So it's gonna be a hard fight for the Olaf here.
Yeah. A lot of items completed for 8APX and only a couple for the other side, but here we go then.
Great package, great denial of space there from 8APX. They're gonna be following it through, but Event Horizon is gonna make it hard for them, and that's just gonna be the stasis burned. 1 HP on the Veigar, but he was forced to back away. Great double kill.
Oh no.
Great timing for the Spirit Rush, and they are losing all their lives. 4 members down.
And none go down from 8APX. A little bit of a miscoordinated play there between the Fiora and the Alistar. They knock back that player, I believe it was Astral, away from the Fiora first kill, keeping him alive and getting a kill as well. It's all aligning
Fighting.
once more, but they're fighting mid.
Broken wings to the Riposte. They have some space for themselves, though. No more Riposte. He's gonna be exhausted. He's gonna be chased down by AO. Great timing from the shield. It's a good thing it's not the big one. That's why he was able to survive.
Great recovery, but all things considered, Dash off of a couple of team fights. It's already at almost 9,000 gold lead for 8APX, and they're looking for more here on the bottom
Not
side.
even the best that they could do, but they're still getting the advantage one at a time. 9k gold lead at this time. And look at this replay, Tatum.
Yeah. Just beautiful Event Horizon, but Graves was like, Passion
no
was like,
damage.
we're not here. We're not trapped in here with you. You're trapped in here with us. He just used his ult and immediately turned tides around because, as you mentioned, single-handedly because of that damage from the Graves. And just, I believe that was just the level advantage, not even the items, because he hasn't
Yeah.
recalled. He hasn't recalled since he picked up the Yomus.
Yeah, look at this. Look at the damage that he's dealing. Doesn't even have a riposte. Almost dead, and it's not even a challenge. LA is just fighting against the solo laner 1v1.
And he used everything. Look, Barrier and Flash, both committed just to stay alive from that core key. It's the last thing you want as a Fiora. And remember, he went up against Onups. Like, take a look at where Onups is at right now. Divine Sunderer completed. Almost a 3,000 gold, more than a almost 3,000 gold lead advantage for this Riven. And once that Riven recalls, you know she's gonna be gearing up for another item pickup. She's setting up another play here on the top side, and again, 8APX, they turn this into a seemingly unwinnable game for TW.
I think you said it a while ago, right? When you see a core key just dashing forward,
yeah.
you know
that
that you're in a bad position.
Yeah.
And we've seen it from LA, and that's also because LA does have a lot of items already, and he's confident that he can go for a 1v1 on a 4k gold Fiora. It's gonna be easy for them. But here's the fight. At least Fiora is still breathing some life for the team here.
Yeah, that's a bit of an objective. A subjective
Jackie's the only one
thing
helping.
to say. Yeah, Jackie. Well, they do have the assurance of Jackie in the late game, right? But that's the question, Dash. Can they get themselves towards that late game, or do they even have that insurance? Considering there's a Corki, a Graves on the other side, a Riven as well. Sure, why
Yeah.
not? I don't know. Is
Gonna get bursted
Is
down
it gonna
for
be
sure.
enough with the Veigar? It's so hard to say, especially at the state of the current mid game. And look at that, a lot of
have vision
preemptive
there.
damage there, and
We'll
8APX,
see.
their control of this map is just so good.
Yeah, look at this. They're moving forward to Aya Gil. Does have the flash in the stasis. They can back away from this. Great timing there. The backline has been breached. And that's why they're losing all the members. Their strongest member, Jackie, left alone on the stasis. And they're going to be chasing down the last one. That Alistar is going to fall. In top lane, I think they want to get the
1v1.
ace here. Barrier has been popped already. He's going to be backing away.
Yeah, won't be able to get the ace, but they got what they guard for, and there comes the 1v1, the
Grand
grand
challenge.
challenge.
Yeah, the riposte. Not going to be able to hit. And that's going to be it. Bottom tower's down.
11k gold lead, Dash. 8APX, 9 minutes into the game. They're seemingly here for a speed run. Rift Herald is up again, but they don't even need it at this point. They're just pushing up on all fronts and winning straight up. Not a single turret going in the way of QWQ yet. And that means that they don't have any map control. Take a look at this one more time. The event horizon was so good. But again, it's just the damage dealing the work here for the members of HAPX. I mean, even that 1 HP Elay
Passion
did not
Cell.
go down.
You have no jungler, but they are taking the Rip Herald by themselves. Are they going to be able to follow through with this? Because the package is still up. And they need to move towards
No,
how LA
LA.
is going to be able to get this. Okay, he lost the package, was able to get the Hitman Horizon onto Ayagil. Ayagil's going to fall down here, but the Stasis is enough for them to survive. But the back line, look at this. They're taking down Jackie. They won't be able to do anything else except to run towards their base. Because 8APX, even with the loss of a member, they're still going to be surviving that. Look at this fight. Ayagil is just going to be able to go for the Stasis, backing away with the dash. Going to flash in with the body slam. Not going to be hitting anything else, but
Okay.
he might be able to get the kill though. But no, that's gonna be an ace for 8APX.
I thought that was a chance because LA went down early, but
Yeah.
nobody else fell down for 8APX. And remember, that's the biggest damage dealer from 8APX. If they don't need LA at this point in a team fight,
Yeah.
I'm not even sure what QWQ can even do at this point here, Dash. I mean, they can buy time, sure, but what will that amount to? Maybe they could go for Miracle. Let's face it, the only thing that's going to save them this time is a miracle play. They have to steal away these objectives, possibly a Baron, maybe a Drake, and eventually an Elder Drake if they stall enough. But at this point, 8APX, they're already in the pit.
Their champions don't have any capabilities to do that unless magically they get a 5-man pulverize from QWQ. But no, it's not going to be easy to do that. This might be the last clash that they can go for. Explosive Cast was able to hit on 4. They're backing away. The Ragnarok is going to get used. They were able to steal the Dragon, but at what cost? This is going to be all of them falling down just because of that one steal, and they're losing all their lives. They're trying to back away, but no, they're being choked down by 8APX, and that's why QWQ are just losing all their members, and they are marching towards the base.
Again, they fall apart there. Their fronts just completely dismantled by 8APX before they can even get close to LA. All of their members have been immediately decimated, leaving this Fiora all alone in a 1v5. This could be it, Dash.
1v5 gonna be the end of it. Body slam to the night lunge, and even the riposte is not gonna be able to save them. And the Rip Herald, look at this, 12
So
minutes on the
desperate.
clock, and they finished the game.
What a showing from 8APX. And right now, it's not even that QWQ made a mistake. 8APX, they won by their own book. They won by their own rules. And it's such a dominating concluder for this best of 5. We didn't even breach the 13-minute mark here. Dash, 12 minutes, 11 seconds, 25 to 6 kills. And, well, I gotta say, everyone from 8APX contributed to this win.
Yeah, congratulations for 8APX. This team is just so good. They deserve their grand finalist spot, and they were able to solidify their place right here on the top. And 8APX, all I can say, man, I am seeing a lot of potential for this team, and I like the direction that they're going to.
Yeah, can't wait to see them for the next tournaments coming up back in the regular season of WCS. Can't wait to see them potentially there. But that's it for our grand finals, guys. I know, I thought it was over in just a jiff. I can't believe that we've been here since 4 p.m. But thanks everyone for watching. Also, massive thanks to our sponsors for making this event possible. Safari Asia is a new 9-swing and Nalo Leaf Hong Kong. But there you have it again, the top 3 squads here of this tournament. 8 Adventure Phoenix, the champion of the night. First runner-up, QWQ, a valiant effort for them. In the 3rd place, the second runner-up, Lucky Team, with their own phenomenal performance in the battle for 3rd earlier. Congratulations to you guys. You all deserve those wins.
They're all strong teams. They're all strong teams, Aiden. They deserve to be here on the top spot, and that is why they are there. But again, 8APX just stand above the rest, and they were able to win it all. And again, everyone, we're just gonna be telling you the cash prizes for the prices for the champion, the first runner-up, and the second runner-up. We said it a while ago, but again, here's our sponsors: Safari Asia, 9-swing, and Nanoleaf Hong Kong. Thank you very much for this, and we're just gonna be telling all these players. The staff will be contacting the winning teams for the prizes, so just open up your inboxes and just check it out for you to claim it all.
Again, congratulations to our top 3 teams, and I can't believe that's it here. Dash, the Yesports University League X League of Legends Wild Rift Southeast Asian region, of course, is concluded with those games. Dash and I were very, very thankful to you guys for watching and, of course, for getting us as your casters. It's such a blast to be here, and I can't wait for the next possible installment here, Dash.
Yeah, and the last thing is don't forget to like and follow Yesports. And also, yes, thank you very much to everyone for having us here on this tournament. And congratulations to all the participants of this tournament. It's such a great time seeing great Wild Rift being done everywhere in the SCA. Thank you very much for having us, everybody. We're just going to be closing the Yesports Wild Rift tournament. We have been your casters. My name is Dash, and I'm here with Tatum. We were D&D. See you guys to the next time that we're going to be having our tournaments. Bye-bye.
Happy Halloween. Bye-bye.